Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 456, Domineering. After the third sister finished speaking, the people below didn't even bother to say anything, and all of them applauded. Let's not talk about the surprise of these people. Fortunately, Zhou had a space and then had a secondary development. Not only did he grow taller, but his face was also much better looking. Although he has changed, his temperament is different from before. In addition, he has worked hard to exercise in this life, traveling and practicing martial arts. His skin color and muscles are very different from before. Many people who know him didn't recognize him when they saw the news in the newspaper or on the internet. That is, only those who are close to him recently and a bunch of friends and relatives will have an impression of him. However, many people are skeptical and don't think this person is the Zhou they know. There are more than 2 billion Chinese faces. It is entirely possible that one or two look alike and have similar names. However, after the news was released, Zhou received a lot of calls from China, such as the two old people in the Zhang family and Zhu Jinglui called him. Even a few buddies in Hulanbu City called him. Zhou was still entangled for a while, and then he thought about it. In fact, there was nothing to hide from them. Besides, if a friend still wants to teach, don't tell such an obvious lie. He knows his bodyguard Kyo. Zhou recently went out, and Kyo couldn't be missing in the photo. Just look at this, and you will know that you can't lie. Otherwise you may not even be friends in the future, and people will think you despise them. Zhou can only say modestly that this person is really him. But at that time, he didn't tell those people what he did. Now that I know his net worth, I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe he is a rich man. It's just that I didn't say it in a low profile. At least we can say it in the future. We used to follow Forbes billionaires, have sex and drink together, which is also a topic of conversation. But I can't say it in front of my wife. It's all ridiculous things. I don't know if I will kneel on the washboard if I say it. I can only say it when I chat with a few brothers to add to the atmosphere. They said that Zhou was not as good as them in 6, but after some instruction, he surpassed them and could be called an electric bully. They trained a rookie into a technical expert. Zhang Ziyi, who works on the set, is not as idle as Zhou. She is both an actor and a producer. Acting is tiring enough, and this is a movie in which she is the protagonist. She also has to do some production work, so she is busy all day long. But she still enjoys it. No matter how glorious it is on stage, it is impossible to do it for a lifetime. It is too tiring. Since she likes this industry and has the ability, she should make some transformation behind the scenes. For example, in the film circles of Hollywood or other countries, those who work both on stage and behind the scenes will always have more opportunities and higher status than those who specialize in one thing. But no matter how busy she is, she has to consider the issue of boyfriends. Even if she doesn't consider it, there are people who will help her consider it. Just after reading the latest expenditure plan, Zhang's mother called and told her about Zhou's affairs. She wanted her to be more active. She should stop working. She is now a successful woman and has enough money to spend. The main thing is to find a boyfriend, get married and have children. Only then can she be considered a complete woman. Zhang Ziyi can do nothing about her mother, who is urging her to get married. Mom, you've said a lot. What else can I say? What can you say? Show your determination. You should take action when it's time. You've been in the United States for so long. Isn't it popular now that women should be more proactive? If you love, just try to pursue it. Think about it. I just thought your dad was a good person. When the organization found someone to talk to, I agreed immediately. You too. Jess is such a good child. Are you waiting for him to be with someone else before you regret it? You are not young anymore. How many years can a woman's youth last? Zhang Ziyi could only roll his eyes at the phone. Mom, I will handle my own emotional problems myself. Handle it well. I believe other things, but I think you are really unreliable when it comes to your emotional problems. Let me tell you, Mom can see that Jess is a traditional person. He is just young now, so he is a little childish. But after getting married, he will definitely be a good family man. Plus, I chatted with him and got to know his family. He has 4 older sisters. It can be said that he has been around since he was a child. So your age is still an advantage. A child like him will inevitably feel dependent on older women. Besides, with so many people around him, he can still develop his current good temper. This child is already very good. Zhang Ziyi listened to her mother talking about Zhao Jix's goodness, and she was still wondering what kind of medicine he had given her mother. However, when she heard her mother's words later, she was shocked and hurriedly said, "Mom, do you usually call Jixi?" "Yes. I call to chat. Jixi likes to eat the sauce from the old capital, and he has a big appetite. You also know that the sauce is hard to buy, and it is always limited. So when I have time, I buy some for him and send it to him." As a result, we chatted more. Zhang's mother said, thinking that she finally made up the words, but what she didn't say was that sending things was just an excuse, and chatting with Zhao Jixi more was the purpose. But Jay Chou likes to eat that secret sauce. This is absolutely true. At this time, Zhang Ziyi pretended to be calm and said, "Oh, I know. If he likes it, you can send him more. It won't cost much anyway." "But Mom, don't call him all the time. What can you talk about?" "Really?" Zhang's mother heard her daughter's words at home and couldn't help but laugh secretly. Her daughter was just being stubborn with her. She also thought secretly in her heart, "See, this matter will still depend on her as a mother in the end." As the old saying goes, the old general is good, 1 is better than 2. Zhang Ziyi hung up the phone, and he couldn't read the form on the table at all. There was a little ripple in his heart, but it was a little inexplicable. He always felt a little empty, as if he wanted to find something to fill it. He just sat there quietly, sorting out his chaotic thoughts. She had completely given up on that cheap man. Recently, a sister introduced her to a boyfriend, and she just wanted to curse him. This woman is still her friend, introducing all kinds of things to her, like a pimp. She even introduced a married woman. Who did she think she was? Zhang Ziyi. Without saying much, Zhang Ziyi broke up with this woman directly. She didn't expect to make such a friend by mistake, who was like a pimp. It's a strange thing for a person to live without any bottom line. She has been depressed for a long time these days because of this matter, and the man is disgusting and even stirs up trouble, causing a splashing ink incident. Only by keeping yourself busy can you stop thinking about so many things. But I didn't expect that after being busy. I ignored more things, such as my emotional problems. "Hi," she sighed. Emotional problems still depend on fate. This sigh made her put down the phone in her hand. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhang Ziyi picked it up, looked at it, and answered the call immediately. Zhao Jixi on the other end said with a little surprise, "Hey, Sister Ziyi, you answered the phone so quickly. You are not playing with your phone. I said you are sick. Why are you playing with your phone without taking a rest?" The frivolous words were full of concern. Zhang Ziyi was startled and suddenly stuttered for a short time. Is my mind full of being sick? No. Is he looking for an excuse to chat with me? Thinking of this, Zhang Ziyi's heart was a little confused. She couldn't help but follow Zhao Jixi's words and continued, "No, I just held the phone just now, and your call came in." "Oh." Zhao Jixi responded. "Is there such a coincidence?" "Maybe." He was also skeptical. Suddenly, outside Zhang Ziyi's temporary office, someone shouted anxiously, "Sister Ziyi, Sister Ziyi, something happened on the set. Please go over and take a look." Zhang Ziyi panicked and looked up to see that it was her assistant. "Jess, I won't talk to you for now. My sister has something to deal with. I'll call you after I'm done." Hey. Just after Zhao Jixi said okay, Zhang Ziyi hung up the phone. He wanted to say a few more words, but it was too late. Helplessly putting down the phone, he muttered to himself, "Aunt Zhang just called and asked me to persuade Sister Ziyi to stop working so hard when she is sick. Well, this thing probably can't be done." Shaking his head, he could only think that he would persuade her when she called. A woman who works so hard, how can he, as a man, survive in the future? Zhang's house in the capital. Zhang's mother held the phone and said to her daughter-in-law, "Do you think this trick really works?" Zhou looked confident. "Don't worry, Mom. Isn't this how TV dramas and romance novels are written now? This routine is so effective, it must have been tested in actual combat. Besides, think about it. When Jess called, Zai must have been a little confused and thought that Jess was making an excuse to chat with her. And you told Jess not to say that you asked him to persuade Zai. Even if Zai asked him how he knew, Jess would definitely say something vaguely, but he would definitely not say it was you. By then, Zai will definitely think that Jess was making an excuse to chat with her, or that he had someone by her side to pay attention to her, and that he was caring about her." Zhou analyzed to Zhang's mother. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 457. Preparing to receive guests. Two women were talking in the room. A woman who was old but well maintained was listening to a young woman. "It seems to make sense when you say that." Zhang's mother nodded in agreement. Then she sighed. "Hey, it's not easy for me as a mother. Zai is so old now. If she doesn't get married, she will become an old aunt. I think GZ is a very good child. She doesn't do anything. It makes me angry." Zhou was holding back her laughter, but she didn't dare to laugh in front of her mother-in-law, otherwise she would probably be in trouble. The mother-in-law has been worried about her sister-in-law for many years, but the sister-in-law has noticed it herself, and the old lady can't do anything. "GC, I don't know what she means. She didn't call me back." They all like to talk about Zai, but they do contact each other on the phone, but they don't talk much. Now I can only help them as a mother. Whether they can succeed depends on their fate. It depends on their fate. Zhou also echoed. After staying in San Francisco for a few days, Zhao Jixi returned to the farm. Smelling the farm full of natural atmosphere, he couldn't help but feel a special emotion. This is his territory. Although it is not as good as the space, he likes it very much. The farm is not as lonely as before. Now there are many cattle and sheep. Cowboys have hired a lot of people. Excluding the villa area, if you come to the grazing point, you can always see a small group of cattle or sheep from a distance. From time to time, you can hear a few dogs barking and 1K strong roars. These sheepdogs and 1K are very good at driving the cattle to the location designated by the cowboys. The three little guys are now big guys. Although they still have obvious fat dog characteristics, they are much better than when they just came out of the space. At that time, the fat was so big that, even if they didn't exercise, they would still grow into fat dogs in the space. It hasn't been long since he came back today, and he has to slow down. Something unexpected happened in San Francisco, which also delayed him a lot of time. He made an appointment with several key personnel of the future steamed bun shop, and invited them to visit this weekend. He couldn't let them come while he didn't know where his own people were. So he told the old lady about the matter in the morning, and the old lady agreed with him. She didn't comment on Zhao Jixi's plan to open a steamed bun shop chain in the United States. At least the steamed buns made with ingredients from the farm taste really good. As for the recipe of steamed bun fillings, there is really no secret. It's mainly about mixing the dough and fillings. Of course, another more important thing is that it's best to have good water and flavoring ingredients. All of these combined together can make delicious steamed buns. It sounds like a simple thing, but it's not so easy to do simple things well. But now it's quite easy. Buy an automatic steamed bun machine, put in enough materials, and it can make good steamed buns for you, and it can also throw away a lot of labor costs. The most important thing is to make production simple, which is the key issue. I don't think the Americans will tell him that they want hand-kneaded steamed bun skins for this issue. Americans should still eat industrial products, at least in their opinion. Compared to so many people, the ones made by hand are much cleaner and more hygienic. Zhao Jixi said to the old lady while looking at the automatic bun machine. The old lady really thought about it seriously and then nodded. As for Atwood, he is still in San Francisco. Zhao Jixi is not in a hurry to urge him to come back. It's better to let him take a good look over there. Atwood is very concerned about the high-end Western restaurant. Not only did he take the initiative to give the information he collected to Ellis's team, he also decided to stay there to help for a few days so that he could clearly know the progress. The old guy is probably worried. He now regards the Western restaurant he is going to open as his own child. When the child is about to be born, if he is not watching by his side, he will definitely feel uncomfortable, so he wants to stay. As for the bun shop, Elisa has already started to prepare. The first step is to choose the most prosperous place in San Francisco. First, 3 places were selected, and then one was bought as the main store. The other 2 places are rented. Zhou was ready to pay a high transfer fee, otherwise people would not decide to leave so easily. Fortunately, it was just a small amount of money. He always comforted himself like this, and he felt less upset. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to rent a store that someone had left? But it was a pity that the location and area were quite different. In the current era, life is not like good wine needs no bush. Elisa and Zhou analyzed it and decided to find a good location, no matter which aspect you look at. Good taste is one thing, but a good location is another. The 2 things complement each other. If one of them is missing, don't think about expanding the business. Zhou came to the kitchen in the villa, with flour made from wheat from his own farm, vegetables from the farm, and pork and beef purchased from outside farms. It was a pity to use the farm's beef to make buns. Zhou also planned to sell it at a high price in the future, at least before it became popular. He would still have to sell it at a high price. If it became popular, he would have to fight a price war with other high-end beef. In the future, he can supply his own Western restaurant. After building a reputation, he can select high-end restaurants, hotels, and clubs in various cities and various countries to supply. His own Western restaurant brand will become more popular as the beef from Sky Farm is sold far and wide. The most important thing is that the amount of meat used in steamed buns will definitely not be too low. His farm alone probably won't be able to supply it in the future. Moreover, he has adjusted the taste to the best from the beginning. Then how to improve and supply it in the future has become a problem before him. Before expanding this special herd of cattle on the farm, he will not do such a thing. That has no future. In the kitchen, Zhou looked at the pile of ingredients in front of him and said, "Wow, it looks like I'll be busy today. It seems like I have to show off my skills in pastry." The 2 nannies beside him looked at their boss and smiled. "Mr. Zhou, we can actually knead the dough too. How about we do it?" Although Zhou wanted to be lazy, he couldn't do it at this moment. Looking at the nanny, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. Today we are entertaining my guests. I have promised that I will cook for them myself. You just need to help me." Having said that, Kat pointed at the ingredients and said, "I'll do this myself." The 2 nannies shrugged their shoulders. "We follow your wishes. Okay, let's see what we are busy with now." So Zhou started to knead the dough first. The old lady had already made an agreement with him. After handing the child over to the new nanny, she came over to help Zhou mix the stuffing. The 2 nannies stood by and helped them do it together. Zhou has to make more than one kind of buns, beef buns, cabbage and pork buns, etc. There are a total of 12 kinds of buns. Zhou skillfully mixed the dough. Lila, who was standing on his shoulder, curiously looked at the white giant tossing over and over in his master's hand. After watching for a long time, he even felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, the little guy on Zhou shoulder trembled and wanted to slide down. The little guy immediately waved his little claws a few times in a panic and grabbed Zhou's clothes tightly so that he didn't fall down. Zhou looked at the little monkey hanging on his right arm with a smile. "Lila, which monkey are you thinking about? You almost fell down." Lila tilted his head and looked at his master. He didn't quite understand what he was saying, but he felt that it was a bit mean. Although he didn't know what the word meant, but he had no doubt that the master's smile was really similar to that of his boss, Sir, when he wanted to do something malicious to other animals. His whole body suddenly shuddered, and his claws that were tightly grasping his clothes couldn't help but loosen. When his body was about to slide down, Zhou's right arm moved a little to the side, and his body coordinated with his arm to do a little trick, lifting Lila up. It was not like hitting Lila higher, but it was like the object was already in his hand, and he just threw it up, so Lila would not feel uncomfortable or painful. Zhou then used his right shoulder, as if to resist the force, and gently caught it on his shoulder. Yeah. Perfect. Zhao Jixi first praised himself. You little guy can fall on my shoulder. I don't know if you have never fallen like this when you were on the beam and the tree. Lila was dancing with fear just now, and now it fell on Zhao Jixi's shoulder in pain. It opened its eyes a little scared, and when it saw that it was fine, it shouted happily hiss a few times. But now he dared not stay on Zhao Jixi's shoulder anymore, and quickly ran to a safe place to talk. A concept suddenly emerged in his mind. That is, when the master is turning over the white thing, it is best not to stay on him. Otherwise, if you look at it for too long, you might fall down, if you are unlucky. Fortunately, I'm lucky, so nothing happened. The old lady also saw Zhao Jixi's two movements, and nodded with satisfaction. Jess, it seems that your comprehension is very good. You have practiced the control and use of strength very well recently. These two moves tested the coordination of the whole body. You can react in a short time and use strength and control. You did a good job. Very good. Zhao Jixi just wanted to touch the back of his head, but just when he raised his arm, he saw a pair of white hands and immediately put it down. Fortunately, if I touch my head, it won't be pretending to be stupid, but it will be really a bit stupid, he said happily. It's all because of your good teaching, Master. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 458, Miscellaneous Matters and Guests Arriving. The dough was kneaded quickly, and the stuffing was prepared with the efforts of the old lady and the nannies. The nannies followed the ratio given by Zhao Jixi, and started to operate the automatic steamed bun machine that Zhao Jixi had customized from China and modified in the United States. To be honest, it only costs 50,000 Chinese yuan to buy a good steamed bun machine. Zhao Jixi spent $50,000 on the modification fee alone. Not only did the materials replace more environmentally friendly, clean and durable products, but also many automatic mechanisms were changed. This does not include the labor cost. The group of people who gathered together to do custom processing are really ruthless. The principle of this thing is not difficult. Since he had the idea of selling steamed buns, he bought a few from China. He found a precision custom factory for a processing and equipped two original Chinese masters to supervise the improvement together with the white case and steamed bun masters. One has been modified and tested, and it is placed here. There are two more over there to see if they can make better ones. Jess, are you really planning to use the steamed bun machine for production in the future? The old lady asked Zhao Jixi, who was making steamed buns. Zhao Jixi quickly made one with his hands, turned around and explained to the old lady, well, the steamed bun machine after the modification is much better than the one I bought. The improvement is not just a little bit. The materials plus the manual research and development costs cost me more than $200,000. You just piled up money to make it good. The old lady asked. I think it's okay. It's not much different from those made by hand by senior pastry chefs. I don't plan to sell it at a high price in the United States. It's good enough that I can give them an automated product and it's modified so well. Besides, Master, it would be troublesome if I did it manually. There are not many good pastry chefs available in the United States. Their daily workload is at most 2 to 3,000, and they may not be willing to do such hard work. It's even more difficult for me to hire people. Plus, the buns made by each person will not be exactly the same. And this is the most taboo thing for chain restaurants. If the buns eaten by one person in this area taste different from those eaten in that area, the news will definitely be posted online. The manually made buns are also different from our fast food diet concept, so they are not very suitable. Zhao Jixi analyzed the couple and explained. The old lady nodded after listening. It seems that you have thought it through very clearly, so I won't ask any more questions. You have a plan in mind, so you can move forward naturally. Very good. Zhao Jixi said with a smile. This is not because of your good teaching, Master. If you hadn't been teaching me to think about everything before doing it, I wouldn't have thought about it to this extent. I just led you into the door. Cultivation is just like life. It still depends on your efforts. The old lady shook her head and said. It was not until Zhao Jixi and others put the finished buns into the steamer that he was free. After a while, the guests and their families had passed the security check, and Zhao Jixi had received the notice, and was about to go to the door to greet them. Notify the nanny to bring Niu and Shine over, and she also walked to the door with the old lady. Dad, do you mean that there are guests coming to visit our home? Niu asked Zhao Jixi. Yes. I heard from your uncle Raymond that they also brought a few children. You can take them to play with them later. Zhao Jixi said to his daughter, and then paused and said, but you must remember, you are not allowed to take them to pull out 1K's tails. If they meet unfamiliar people, they may not be polite, just like the last time, when they bit the white spirit. Yeah. The little girl nodded immediately. Although that incident did not have much impact on her, she knew that being bitten by 1K would probably be very painful. Just like the white spirit, rolling on the ground and screaming hoarsely, it was the old lady who finally asked her to kill the white spirit with a knife, saying that it would end its pain. Although Zhao Jixi was a little surprised at the time, he thought that the old lady was so old that she had eaten more salt than she had eaten rice, so he thought it didn't matter. In addition, it is a very common thing for the children of farmers to learn to hunt, dig traps and catch small animals at a few years old. The little girl was not afraid. She just followed the old lady's instructions, aimed at the heart, and with the old lady's help, stabbed the dagger in. After all, a 7-year-old child is not strong enough. When she lived with the old man before, the little girl liked it most when the old man killed chickens and ducks, because as long as he killed chickens and ducks, she would have delicious chicken. So every time the family killed chickens, she would go to help. When the old man plucked the hair from the chicken's neck and operated to drain the chicken's blood, she would help to grab the chicken's claws from behind to prevent the chicken from moving around. She didn't seem to have any feelings about killing these things. She just thought that if she killed them, she would have meat to eat. As for whether it was pitiful or not, those things don't look cute. The furry and plump appearance of rabbits is what the girl thinks is cute and worth loving. As for chickens, ducks, fish and so on, they are for eating. The white spirits killed last time looked okay, but her father Zhao Jixi and the cowboy uncles on the farm said that these white spirits were a group of thieves who came to the farm to eat and drink for free and eat grass. Sometimes they had to kill a few to warn them. Niu immediately had no good feelings for these guys. She hated thieves the most. When she lived with the old man before, thieves came to the house and made the grandfather who took her home cry. He was very sad and couldn't eat. At the door of the villa, Zhao Jixi continued to say to his daughter, Niu, do you know? Yes, I know. I will take good care of my sister and entertain those children to play together. I promise not to bully them. The most important thing is that I won't let them bully me. Niu repeated what Zhao Jixi told him. Zhao Jixi nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Although we don't bully others, we must never let others bully us. What is the saying? That suffering a loss is a blessing. That will never work for his own daughter. If anyone tells Niu that, Zhao Jixi will just tell him to suffer for himself and see if she is still blessed. The three people came in with their families in environmentally friendly vehicles. Their own cars may have been parked by the security personnel of the farm. Zhao Jixi is not very clear about these safety issues, but he believes that professional matters can always be handed over to professionals. Hey, Jenning, Meshel, Feld, welcome to my farm. Zhao Jixi took the lead to greet them. Several people also smiled and walked forward a few steps, hugging Zhao Jixi one by one. The people behind Zhao Jixi also looked here. Zhao Jixi introduced them first. This is my master, Ms. Yang. The old lady smiled and nodded to them. This is my daughter Niu, and this is my niece Xianshan. After introducing them, Zhao Jixi introduced them to his own people again. This is Jenning, this is Meshel, and this is Feld. I think they will all become my good partners in the future. Then Jenning and the other two began to introduce their families. Jenning's wife is an Asian woman, to be precise, she is Korean. They have 2 children. One is 10 years old and the other is only 7 years old, both girls. Zhao Jixi took a look at his wife. Well, at least she is not in line with his aesthetics. It is a face with clear corners, which is completely different from the uniform small faces in Korea. However, I really have to sigh at the insight of Korean women. Now, under his command, there are already 2 employees whose girlfriends or wives are Korean. I don't know if Harvey kicked out that Korean girl. The girl has learned Chinese from him several times. I remember that the first time I met her was at a party, and Jane Brown was there at that time. Thinking of this first girlfriend, after coming to the United States, she is still a flight attendant. Zhou Jixi couldn't help but shake his head. Now they don't even contact each other by phone, and it's hard to say how deep their feelings are. He can only wish her happiness. Meshel's husband is a white man who works as a surgeon in a hospital. He brought 3 children with him. The oldest one is a 16-year-old daughter, and the younger ones are a 14-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son. Tom Field's wife is a white and fat white woman. There are 5 children in the family. Even Zhou Jixi couldn't help but sigh. Not only is she energetic, but she can really afford to support them. The oldest one has moved out independently at the age of 18. The younger ones are a 17-year-old daughter, a 16-year-old daughter, a 13-year-old son and a 3-year-old son. Today, the youngest 3 came. Zhou Jixi didn't know how they would support their 5 children to go to college in the future. The cost of college for one child is about $50,000 to $100,000 US. Considering that Americans don't like to save money, they probably can bear it. In terms of job hopping, Zhou Jixi estimated that the most likely person is Field. There were a bunch of kids. Although Zhou Jixi had a big smile on his face, he was worried about whether these little kids would do something. After all, there were too many accidents with kids. Especially after watching the movies starring kids in Hollywood, they were all a bunch of rip-offs. Thinking of this, Zhou Jixi immediately signaled the nanny to bring the 2 new nannies. They could go with Niu Xianshan and the kids here, or go to the swimming pool. But they'd better be careful, because swimming pools are still a bit dangerous. Chapter 459. Children. A bunch of them? Those are naughty kids. Considering that the older children might not like to mix with the younger ones, Zhou Jixi's family has 2 swimming pools. The older and younger children can be separated, and there will be no conflicts. Sir, can we really play freely in the swimming pool? The child of the Jennings family asked Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi smiled at her gently. Although he didn't like children very much, there were still so many children that it was more annoying than ducks. Of course, they belong to you today. Yeah. A group of children cheered immediately. But Zhou Jixi didn't let them go so easily. He clapped his hands to attract the attention of the happy children and said, hey, guys. Don't be happy too early. Come here and listen to me first. He immediately attracted the attention of the children. In fact, when they came, the parents had already told them that they were absolutely not allowed to make trouble here or have any accidents, and promised a lot of benefits and threatened a lot of intimidation. This is half of the family's budget in the future, so the possibility of Zhou Jixi worrying about what will happen today is estimated to be very low. Zhou Jixi looked at them and said, but you must remember not to play in the lake, and you must not mess with the 2 platypuses. If you want to take pictures or touch them, you can apply to me. I will see if you are qualified. He pointed to the lake over there, and the platypus is playing in the swimming pool. Wow. What kind of animal is that? It actually has a duck's mouth. Is it a water beaver with a duck's mouth? Several children looked at the 2 platypuses in surprise, looking very magical. Oh my god, what a strange animal, it actually has a duck's mouth. Yes, brother, do you know what this is? A girl who admired her brother asked her brother. His brother obviously didn't know what this was, so he pretended to be in deep thought and said, I don't know yet, but I have an impression in my mind. Wait a minute and I'll think about it. After that, he walked forward a few steps, took out his iPhone, and searched on Google. A 15-year-old girl next to him looked at him with disdain. This is an Australian platypus, a rare animal, and is now in a low-risk state. And its shape and habits are, the girl said very professionally. But after that, she said a little puzzledly, but isn't it said that this kind of animal likes to come out at night? How come it is still active in broad daylight? Strange. That's because there are no natural enemies and dangers. The brother who had checked the information looked at the girl who had taken away his sister's admiration and said to her unhappily. The girl still looked at him with disdain, and her eyes glanced at his mobile phone, which was self-evident. Then, in the boy's ashamed and angry look, he was as proud as a little rooster. At this moment, he couldn't help being proud in his heart. Wow, brother, you are so awesome. But the little girl still said to her brother with admiration, and didn't take the girl's words as her brother's credit at all. Well, the girl looked at the boy hatefully. Everything was his fault. His fault. The children who had cell phones, probably the older ones around 10 years old, were more direct. They took out their cell phones and started taking pictures, ready to upload to Facebook, Twitter, AOL, or other online social media. Most of them wrote, "Look at this amazing water beaver with a duck's mouth. Have you seen it?" This was written by an older child who was only 13 years old. Guess what I saw? Yes, it's the animal you saw. Oh my god, a duck's mouth actually grew on its mouth. Is it a cross between a water beaver and a duck? Amazing species, I didn't expect to see this. After writing this sentence, there was a photo of a platypus next to it. I'm sure everyone would understand. Several parents also looked at their children tenderly. Seeing how happy they were, they always felt happy with them. Maybe this is what being a parent is. But Zhou saw that they were almost there, so he continued to clap his hands to attract their attention, and looked at them seriously and said, "Also, over there is the tortoise area, you can watch, but it's best not to tease them, otherwise, I think you won't be willing to bear the consequences." The children followed the direction he pointed, and vaguely saw some big mushrooms in the distance, growing between the trees. Looking closer, they were immediately amazed. There were 2 tortoises that were probably full and came out for a walk to play with Shianshan and Niu. They also had some desserts to satisfy their teeth. The 2 little cuties were holding fruits in the space in their hands, which were the favorites of the tortoises. They were strolling on the grassland, looking up at the house from time to time, probably thinking that they were almost there, and it seemed that we had to speed up a bit. But the pace was still slow. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a big tortoise. A little girl covered her mouth with an incredible look on her face. The 2 boys came together, and one of them said to the friend he just met, "See, their glands are very big." It is indeed very big. The sister of one of the boys looked at her brother and patted his head speechlessly, to give him a warning. The brother said aggrievedly, "It is indeed very big. I didn't say anything wrong." It seems that she misunderstood something, or her thoughts were too complicated. The girl's face couldn't help but turn red. But when she didn't notice, the boy who started talking gave a thumbs up to the boy, and the boy returned a little look. Everything was self-evident. But Zhou's sixth sense was so sensitive that he could of course hear their conversation. It seems that these 2 little brats need to be followed. They are not good people. Well, I have to admit that after having a daughter, Zhou paid special attention to these boys. I was afraid that if I didn't pay attention, my daughter would be deceived by them. He has experienced this aspect recently. Boys have done a lot of things to cheat girls. Of course, that may not be called cheating. I can only say that I was sincere at that time. Zhou's 3 future subordinates and their partners also looked at the 2 tortoises that were approaching with surprise and said to the people next to them, "Wow, these are really amazing animals. They are even bigger than some turtles they have seen." After hearing this, Zhou could only despise them in his heart. These people have never seen a big turtle. These turtles are so big when they fight. The tortoises in their family are probably going to grow longer. Since the guests were all very surprised by the tortoises, Zhou didn't mind accompanying one of them to see the tortoises. The old lady also went for a stroll. He talked and laughed with the guests, walked towards the tortoises, and told some interesting stories about the tortoises. As for a child who suddenly asked where he could buy this tortoise, Zhou certainly couldn't tell him that he bought it from a crime-loving group when he saw the child's eager look. But speaking of that team, they also had a sign of Animal Protection or Species Research Institution, which is a formal unit. Zhou himself didn't call it buying and selling. He just studied these animals and protected them better. Zhou wanted to leave a good side to the children, so of course he couldn't say that he bought it. So he could only patiently say to the child, "They are all endangered species, and they are not allowed to be bought and sold without special effects. So I can only regretfully tell you that you can't buy these treasures." The child looked at him innocently and asked, "Then how can you buy it, sir?" The child's parents wanted to pull the child back, but the child asked very quickly. Zhou smiled and said, "I'm protecting them, and I'm also studying these tortoises, hoping to find a way to make them live better and increase their reproduction rate and survival rate." After hearing what Zhou said, the child looked at Zhou with admiration, as if he saw a great scientist. "Wow, sir, are you a great scientist?" Zhou touched his nose and smiled. "Haha. I'm an amateur scientist, but I'm planning to pursue a doctorate degree and may become a scientist in the future." Well, there were many such incidents on the road because of these children. Fortunately, Zhou pretended to be very patient and kept answering, which made his image in the eyes of these family members taller. Although most adults know that the rich people who keep these rare animals will never get them through formal channels. But in fact, in the end, the rich can always make it, so that there are no legal loopholes. Make everything reasonable and legal. No one will pursue any illegal transactions. There are only reasonable scientific research and protection movements. But in fact, these animals are just the private pets of the rich. No matter what the people of the United States are like, at least they are quite tolerant when it comes to treating children. In addition, the attitude of some special professional groups towards children can add a lot of points to this person to a certain extent. Zhou's profession as a boss is one of them, and the rest of the politicians, stars, singers, etc. are also some of them. Accompanying the three families to look at the tortoise up close and letting several children, daughters and nieces ride on the tortoise for a while, everyone was very happy. Chapter 460. I really want to eat buns every day in the future. After Zhou and the others finished watching the tortoises, they also accompanied them to visit the tortoise nest. Since they were here, they might as well see enough. Everyone came to the mushroom forest that Zhou built for the tortoises, and they were almost stunned. Such a building, built in a forest, is attractive enough. Adding those large tortoises, it is really a bit too fantasy, like Alice in Wonderland. It's not that everyone has become bigger, but that they have become smaller. Several children also exclaimed to their parents, "Oh my god, Daddy, are we in Wonderland? Can we see the big white rabbit later? Will there be anything scary here? Will we save the world here?" A bunch of questions came to their parents. Zhou looked at the parents who hurriedly explained, and smiled secretly in his heart, secretly feeling that this feeling was really good, especially after experiencing the situation where he was surrounded by a bunch of children just now. Seeing that their parents might have to do this kind of thing several times a day, or several times, he was very happy. Apart from some necessary questions, the older children were busy taking photos. Although Twitter is not that popular now, Facebook is still very popular. Several children took photos and either uploaded them now, or sorted them out, and uploaded them when they got back. Zhou looked at these people with a sneer and thought that they were just like that. They are the same as the people in our country. When they see the scenery or something new, they take photos first. Whether they can see it or not is one thing, but they must take photos to let others know what they see. It's a bit contradictory, but who cares? Zhou found that this thing is universal all over the world. After playing for a while and taking photos with the tortoises, the children were satisfied and the adults were satisfied. Zhou saw that it was almost time and the buns at home were steamed and ready to eat, so he took these people back to have lunch, or rather, eat the buns first. There were many people coming, and Zhou's house had a large dining room that could be arranged with a very long table. It was always empty at ordinary times, and only when entertaining guests would it have the opportunity to use it. However, Zhou looked up and saw that the weather was very good today, so he decided to have an open-air lunch outside. It felt much better than indoors, and Zhou always felt that it was a bit too serious to eat at the long table. In fact, he felt that it was a bit strange to put a few piles of buns on the table and let people eat freely. People were holding a bun in their hands and tasting a glass of red wine in their right hands. Forget it, buns are better with soy milk, and red wine is a bit weird. Zhou was only responsible for making buns, and the nanas helped to make other dishes. Tables, chairs and tableaux had been set up outside the villa, and several flat tables were filled with rich food. There were several special stir-fried dishes from the Celestial Empire, and the lion's head that Zhao Jixi liked to eat. There were quite a lot of these big meatball-like things. Anyway, with Zhao Jixi around, there was no need to worry about not being able to finish them. There are grilled steaks and lamb chops, as well as large beef and lamb ribs, and large lamb legs grilled in Mexican style. They are placed on a large silver plate with a sharp knife of about 20 centimeters on it for cutting meat. There is also a salad made from fruits and vegetables on the farm. The brightly colored fruits, plus the strong fruity aroma, and the fragrant meaty flavor, give it a fresh taste. Paired with most of the meat on the table, it will definitely whet your appetite. However, except for fruits and vegetables, the food on the table is not beef and lamb from the farm. After all, the buns that are coming up are not made from the farm's own sheep and cattle. If they are made from the farm's own, then there is no need to look at buns today. When compared with the farm's meat, the difference can be immediately distinguished. And these foods are so well made and so beautiful. Of course, they also bring honor to their own buns. You have to know that the ingredients used in buns are all produced by the farm and the space. In terms of taste and taste bud enjoyment, it is obvious that the buns have the upper hand. Zhao Jixi could almost imagine the shock on his future employees' faces. A bun worth a few dollars could actually surpass these foods that were obviously much more valuable in some aspects. In addition, if the children also like to eat it, Zhao Jixi was sure that they would definitely be captured by him. These children are the future market, and they all like the taste, so the American people should be accepting of it. The children who came back with the adults looked at these delicious foods with eyes full of joy. Zhao Jixi invited the guests to sit down. Next to him sat his daughter, niece and old lady, and below were the future employees who were invited. The bright sunshine fell on the temporary shed. The sunshine outside the shed made the grass full of vitality, and the grass in the places where the sun could not reach also looked lush and green. Sitting here to eat, and looking far away, there was a grassland everywhere. The surrounding emptiness gave people the illusion that this side was the center of the world. The guests sat on the chairs with laughter and joy. The nannies at home were busy actively looking for anything that had not been served, or what drinks and tableaux were missing. Zhao Jixi stood up and gently tapped the cup in his hand with a fork. The sound of ding ding rang in people's ears. After seeing that everyone was looking over, Zhao Jixi smiled and said, "First of all, welcome everyone to come here as a guest. Secondly, thank the founders of the United States for allowing us to enjoy life on this land. Look at the beautiful scenery here, it's really great." Zhao Jixi said a few words in a very formal manner, and everyone listened carefully for a while, but the children's attention was obviously not on him. Because the food on the table was so attractive, especially after sitting in the seat for a while, the least attractive buns, on the contrary, attracted much attention because of the mellow taste. Using space, water and land that released a lot of vitality from the earth, the wheat grown by the two vehicles, Zhao Jixi didn't need to think too much. He knew that the taste must be better than ordinary wheat. His buns are made of flour ground from this wheat. Although you can't smell the inside of the buns, the outside is also very fragrant. "Mom, what kind of food is this? It looks delicious." Tom Field's youngest son licked his lips, and pursed his lips, and asked his mother eagerly. Field's wife touched her youngest son's head, smiled and said to him, "This is a bun, a kind of food from Uncle Jess's hometown." "Oh, then Mom, when can we eat it?" the child said to his mother shyly. "It can be eaten soon." When she spoke, Zhao Jixi had just finished speaking. In fact, there were only a few words, and the speech did not exceed 2 minutes. But for children with weak self-control, these 2 minutes are really long. After saying a few words, Zhao Jixi smiled and looked at everyone, and said, "Everyone enjoy your food." Wow. The children shouted happily first, and then reached out to take the buns on the plate. Yes, they actually took all the steamed buns, roasted lamb legs, roasted lamb chops, and delicious Chinese cuisine. You know, Chinese cuisine is a kind of high-cost food in the United States. These people actually took the steamed buns in unison. Let's not talk about what this means, or whether it is novel or something else, but for the future main product, the 3 core members of the fast food restaurant who are sitting here are already shocked. One thing that cannot be denied is that it is indeed attractive and makes people want to try it. This is already a very powerful thing, regardless of the taste inside. At least it can attract the first batch of customers who want to try it, which is a good advantage. The next step is to develop and expand this advantage, and then test the taste of the core of this steamed bun. As long as the filling of the steamed bun is so delicious, then an attractive product will be born, and the three of them will fight for it in the future. Thinking of this, the three of them suddenly looked at each other tacitly, and then took a bite of the steamed bun in their hands without hesitation. Suddenly, the delicious juice burst out in the mouths of several people, and several people first sucked on the juice, to let their taste buds enjoy the deliciousness. Then he bit off a piece of the dough wrapped with the meat filling, and his teeth bit it, and his tongue touched the taste buds to stimulate them. A delicious feast seemed to start a party in his mouth. Wow, this thing tastes really great, my god, it's so delicious. The children exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, if I can eat this every day for lunch in the future, it will be a blessing. Yeah, I think of the lunch at school, it's really terrible. And the salmon, it tastes even more disgusting than the salmon doll in our school. Mine seems to be beef filling, and there is pork and cabbage. Oh my god, both are delicious, especially this one, and then the other. It's really great, more fascinating than the Mexican chicken roll. Sure enough, the rich family is really good, even the food is so delicious. It's a blessing. I also want to be able to eat this food called buns every day in the future. A child looked at Niu and Xianshan who were sitting next to Zhao Jixi with envy. Chapter 461 begins. Mesha listened to the children's emotional words, put aside the shock of the buns, and couldn't help laughing. He touched his daughter's head and said, if you like it, we can eat this every day in the future, as long as you don't feel tired of it. The daughter looked up at her mother in surprise. Really? Of course, mom will work in a food store that focuses on this kind of food in the future, Mesha said to her daughter. The children next to them also heard the conversation between the two, and they all remembered that their father had said this morning that there was another important invitation today, asking them not to cause any trouble. Are they also planning to work in a store that does this? Feld's child thought of this, and immediately pulled Feld's clothes, a little mysteriously pulling him closer, wanting to whisper to him. Dad, are you going to change your job too? Feld smiled and glanced at the person sitting there with a wry smile. Obviously, the child's voice was not very small. So he said to the child, yes, Dad is going to change a new job. The child immediately clapped his hands happily and said, wow, that's great. Then I can eat this wonderful food every day. It's really cool. The same is true for the Jennings family. The younger children will ask questions, and the older children seem to be uninterested in this. But the ears that are secretly perked up can't be hidden from the people who are doing it, especially people like Zhao Jixi who have keen five senses. Needless to say, the facts have proved that this kind of food with Chinese characteristics is definitely in the market even in the United States. The data given by others may deceive them, but their own children's likes are not pretended, and no one can make these children pretend to like them all at once to deceive them. The most important thing is that among these buns, except for one or two that are not suitable for their own taste, the others are really great. Even if they don't like them, they are really good, but they are just psychologically resistant to certain foods. If they didn't have a choice of varieties, they probably couldn't deny that the taste of this bun is very good, even if they are mentally resistant. Several people no longer doubted the prospects of the steamed buns. The next step was to test them. The product had been proven to be a good product. Now it depended on how they could make it bigger and stronger. And this was exactly why Zhao Jixi wanted to hire them. After eating this delicious lunch that day, Zhao Jixi went to the study with the three people to talk about their contract. The draft of the contract was based on what conditions he would give to the three people, and the think tank drafted the details. Poaching people, the treatment would definitely be much better than before. However, the most important thing Zhao Jixi gave them was the prospects, although they didn't know whether they could make the steamed buns shop a success. But with such good innate conditions given by Zhao Jixi, they secretly decided to make the steamed buns shop a success. In addition to the necessary conditions in the contract, there was another item that when the steamed buns shop reached a certain scale, Zhao Jixi would make them partners at his discretion, and if they were a little more powerful, they would be upgraded to intermediate partners, and finally to senior partners. Several people also expressed satisfaction. This was the good thing about the Americans. They could bring everything to the table for discussion. Things were prepared very smoothly. The company registration, temporary office location, etc. were all handled by Alina and got perfect answers. When the three returned to San Francisco, they began to poach and renovate the store. A large number of middle-level personnel were to be poached to reserve. The store directly implemented a 3-store manager or 3-manager model, 1 chief and 2 deputy, and 3 shifts, with a total opening time of 18 hours. Zhou didn't care about the number of people in the early stage, but he had to reserve enough people to prepare for the opening of new stores. In this regard, the Human Resources Director Mesha has already given a plan. The standard of a store is to have about 9 people per shift, 2 counter salesmen, who collect money and issue orders, 3 people serve food at the food delivery window, 2 are in charge of the kitchen steamer, 2 substitutes are responsible for the hygiene of the store, and a manager is responsible for management. So a store alone needs 30 people, plus the planned reserve personnel, so it is possible to reach 45 to 60 people. In this regard, the salary expenditure will be quite a lot, and Zhou also gives a high hourly wage for each person. It is about $8 to $10 depending on the region, and the manager is twice as much. Employees can request to work up to 12 hours into shifts, but this is only open to employees with family responsibilities. Not only do they need to be jointly recommended by the 3 store managers, but they also need to be reported to the head of the Human Resources Department for signature. However, there is no problem in temporarily replacing employees on vacation. This is also a benefit of hourly wages. You will be paid for the hours you work. The number of such employees in each store shall not exceed 20%, because it will squeeze other people's jobs. Such people must also submit physical examination reports every month to avoid physical problems due to long working hours. These things are also the responsibility of managers. As for overtime, managers cannot do it. The 3 managers are responsible for 1 shift each, and the head manager is responsible for scheduling. Of course, if there is a shortage of manpower, the manager will take over from other managers. If there is a shortage of manpower, the manager must also take over first. Zhou read the personnel report given by Mesha and asked her to do a better job than the same industry. Of course, it can't be too much better. Zhou's money is not blown by the wind. Even if it is cheap for the Chinese people, it can't be cheap for the American imperialists. Because of this, Zhou will support employee expenses more than other Western fast food restaurants, reaching more than 35%. In addition to not wanting employees to protest in the future, he also does not want to face the problem of difficult selection of union personnel when recruiting. Because employees who do not join the union will generally have a slightly lower salary than those who have a union to help them defend their rights, and there will be no troublesome things such as harassment and protests from union personnel. The most important thing is that many of these organizations are free, or the membership fees are extremely low. Most of the union chairmen are happy to help defend rights, either holding rallies or sit-in protests. Protesters are still protected by the law. When the shift is over, they go back to work. If there is no mistake or special reason, you cannot fire them, otherwise they will definitely sue you and win. Not only will you have to invite people back to work, but you will also have to apologize. For union chairmen and volunteers, doing more of this kind of thing can not only enhance their reputation, but also increase political root causes. Many union chairmen are very popular when they run for councillors or mayors. However, there is white and there is black. Most capitalists can solve problems with money. A bunch of lawyers and political lobbyists are serving them. After attending several cocktail parties, Zhou has several phone numbers with consulting companies, which are actually the phone numbers of partners of lobbyist companies. Most of them are former government officials or retirees who have given up their political rights because of money. And they have a lot of connections in government departments or the military, and can be middlemen to get campaign funds for politicians and seek benefits for capitalists. And they earn a lot. The life of the Zhou lobbyists is the wealthy class in the United States. This is also the reason why most employees in office embezzle less. When they are in office, just giving some policy benefits to the company can make entrepreneurs a lot of money. and those companies raise campaign funds for him and use various channels to help him campaign. When he leaves, either the company will hire him as a consultant with a high salary, or the Zhou lobbyist company will ask him to join the company as a partner. The more powerful ones will directly open a lobbyist company. Such people include former vice presidents, former secretaries of state, former ministers of certain departments, etc. In addition, people who have achieved high positions can also write books and biographies, and usually the copyright fees can be several million US. California Governor Arnold is a typical example. Although he did not do well during his term, his books sold very well. Copyright fees bringing a lot of money. Therefore, the rich have a lot of helpers, but Zhou does not want to add such troubles. A little better treatment can also increase the centripetal force of employees. At least the job hopping rate will be reduced a lot. Part-time employees are generally much lower than full-time employees, and the quality of employees will be much higher than that of part-time employees with high turnover because of full-time. Of course, the main reason is that Zhou's profits are much higher than those of large fast food chains, which is why he wants to increase his treatment a little bit. A few days later, Atwood had returned to the farm, and his Western restaurant plan had already begun to be implemented. In the early stage, Zhou invested $8 million to buy a high-end Western restaurant in San Francisco. He also bought the one next to it and renovated it into a larger Western restaurant. In Los Angeles, they directly purchased a high-end restaurant that was not doing well, and after renovating it, they may face the situation of opening it first. After all, the project is much smaller than that in San Francisco, and the design company will provide the design drawings much faster. As for several other major cities, they have not yet started the plan so quickly. As the old saying goes, you have to eat one bite at a time, and you can't take too big a step, otherwise you will easily get hurt. Zhou and Atwood both believe that with beef and delicious coffee, there is definitely hope that they can become one of the most famous restaurants in San Francisco and Los Angeles. So these two restaurants will open first, and after they become famous, they will expand to major cities in the United States such as New York and Washington. Only one restaurant will be opened in each city, and I believe it will become one of the city landmarks in the future. Chapter 462 Incident. This has also been operated by Alina, in cooperation with the several store managers invited, as well as the chefs and sophomores of the two stores. Atwood returned to the farm to handle the future logistics supply. Whether it is the steamed buns shop that Zhou is preparing to open now, or the Western restaurant he is in charge of, they all need a good supplier, and the farm now plays this role. Zhou happened to have time today, and Atwood had told him twice, so he couldn't refuse it. In the farm office, Zhou was listening to his report. After listening, he said, "Old man, can our farm supply so many products?" Zhou was a little confused about this. Atwood sat in the office. "Boss, of course our farm is not that comprehensive, but we can purchase some in advance and supply them to the Western restaurant and steamed buns shop with what is not available in the farm. Is that so?" Zhou nodded and pondered. It is a bit unrealistic for the farm to fully supply the ingredients in its own store. However, if the ingredients are purchased from outside, the taste of the ingredients will be a bit different from the similar products provided by the farm, which is a bit difficult to deal with. It seems that buying land is an urgent matter. You can go and have a look when you have time. There are roughly 3 triangles in the main wheat producing areas in the United States, 2 large and 1 small. The first is the large triangle formed by North Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, and South Dakota. The second is the large triangle formed by Kansas, Oklahoma, Colorado, Nebraska, and Texas. The third is a small triangle formed by Washington State, Idaho and part of Oregon. Among the top 10 states in wheat production, North Dakota ranks first, Kansas ranks second, Washington ranks third, Montana ranks fourth. South Dakota ranks 5th, Idaho ranks 6th, Minnesota ranks 7th, Oklahoma ranks 8th, Colorado ranks 9th, and Nebraska ranks 10th. The wheat production of the above 10 states accounts for 70% of the total wheat production in the United States. Zhou Jixi will mainly look for where to buy land in the future and then decide to buy a large wheat field there to grow the wheat he needs, especially the land that has been given the vitality of the earth and the wheat sprinkled with the vitality water in the space. The steamed buns made from the flour taste really great. As a result, Zhou Jixi's habit of eating steamed buns with meat and skin is gone. Although he is a foodie now, it is not appropriate to use her as a standard. However, Xianshan and Niu are the best proof. Well, Niu is fine. Her previous life made her not picky, but Xianshan is different, and the noodles also attracted her very much. Zhou Jixi kept the matter of buying land in mind. Now the first thing to solve is the current problem. If he can't think of anything by himself, then the two of them will think together. Zhou Jixi directly threw this burden to Atwood and asked him to think of a solution. When Atwood heard it, he answered Zhou Jixi's question. It seems that he had thought about this problem a long time ago. Boss, I have discussed all of what you said. I wanted to report it to you, but you haven't seen the file yet. Atwood pointed to the folder in front of him. Oh, let me see. Zhou Jixi was a little surprised. He was indeed a professional who thought about things very comprehensively. He picked up the folder and opened it to look at it. Atwood explained on the opposite side. Boss, we are considering setting up a company that is specifically responsible for purchasing and transportation. Or we can put this company under the catering company. The plan for the steamed buns shop and the western restaurant will allow us to have two brands. It will obviously be more convenient to directly set up a head office to manage it. Everyone will be under the name of this company, which will also have tax benefits. And this newly established company will mainly help purchase ingredients that the farm cannot supply, and it will be responsible for transporting the purchased ingredients and the farm ingredients to the western restaurant and the steamed buns shop's main warehouse, and then diverting them from the warehouse. Of course, for the high-end western restaurant, we will only carry out some simple ingredient purchases and be responsible for transporting the beef and some vegetables from the farm. As for other high-end ingredients, each restaurant will be responsible for it. Different chefs, different regions. Of course, the special dishes will not be the same. Zhou Jixi watched and listened to Atwood's explanation, but he felt a little overwhelmed. Old buddy, we seem to have only 3 steamed bun shops and 2 western restaurants now. Do we still need to purchase and transport them to the main warehouse first, and then divert them to the main warehouse? Wouldn't it be better to just send a few trucks there? After hearing what Zhou Jixi said, the old cowboy suddenly said, Boss, we are preparing for the future. If a company wants to grow bigger, it must first build a good framework. Although we don't have many stores now, there will definitely be more in the future. I have confidence in the products of our farm. Zhou Jixi looked at the old cowboy in surprise. Old buddy, what you said suddenly made me change my opinion of you a little. I didn't expect you could think so much. The old man Atwood was actually shy for a moment. Then he took off his cowboy hat and fanned it twice and said, although I'm a bit old, I haven't abandoned the spirit of keeping pace with the times. I recently signed up for a training program in management. My old management methods are a bit outdated. Only by learning more can I make more progress. Oh. Zhou Jixi was surprised. This old man is really awesome. Haha. Old buddy, I have to admire you. It's great, but the training you're attending and the tuition fees are paid by the farm. Although I don't know much, you are working hard, and our farm can't fall behind. Seeing that Atwood wanted to say something, Zhou Jixi waved his hand and said, okay, this matter is settled. Recently, Zhou Jixi's life is very popular. Although he is not in the entertainment industry, the media pays a lot of attention to him. For example, it was revealed that he was going to study at Stanford, and there was another report in the media. He was also lucky. The comments in the media were mixed. At least there was no one who meant to blacken him. There were those who were pessimistic and those who encouraged him. Everyone is just trying to make a living. If someone scolds, then someone has to praise them. Everyone should do a few controversial reports together to attract attention and increase sales. There are special graduate student quotas in the college, but unfortunately he is not included. He has no grades, and no professor recognizes his knowledge and ability. It is naturally impossible for him to get a quota recommended by the professor, so he could only follow the routine and take the test given by Stanford. After contacting the school's administrative office, he could just go there. Recently, the media reported that he was going to Stanford, which caused a lot of discussion in the school. Some students and some professors had mixed opinions, and Stanford Daily also added fuel to the fire by reporting the news. There was also a guessing game on it to see how many points Zhou could get on the test, and there were prizes for the correct answers. When Zhou saw this, his expression was very tangled. Why was he so open and above board? He could only curse secretly, "Fuck you," thinking that he would find this editor to settle accounts after entering Stanford. Moreover, the subsequent continuous reports also added that after Zhou took the test, the school's administrative office would not only announce the results, but also the test questions. Students who are interested can also sign up for the test first to see how many points they can get. Stanford is trying to prove its innocence. They are not going to make themselves so shady for a student. Although sometimes they are not too pure, but compared with the outside world, the Ivory Tower School is really good. When flying to Stanford, Mizi brought this newspaper to Zhou, which was connected with the last guessing. This can actually be made into a series. Zhou looked at Mizi and said depressedly, "Mizi, it seems that many people want to laugh at me now." Mizi looked at him carefully and said to him softly, boss, why don't you go to Stanford?" Zhou stood up and looked down at Mizi. "How can I not go? Now those people outside are reporting so vigorously. If I don't go, won't my previous work be laughed at? And people will think that I'm guilty." After finding out that the school will publish the test questions and scores, I will not go. Obviously, there was some secret operation before, but it didn't succeed. Zhou thought about it and became more depressed. He wanted to go to school and study biology systematically, get a diploma and degree, and dig out a few professors. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen before I even started. It's really unlucky. It seems that sometimes it's not so easy to be in the limelight. Zhou couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, he always envied people in the spotlight, but now that he has experienced it, he realizes that this kind of life is not only beautiful, but also helpless. It's too late to regret now. He must go to school. This is not just his business. Even the board of directors of Apple and Facebook have asked about it. Jobs even called him to ask if he had any shady dealings and whether he could pass the test to enter Stanford. Some people have already linked the matter to the two companies. After all, he is a public figure and a member of the board of directors of two companies. Sometimes you have to be responsible for your own personal behavior. Although it won't have a big impact, it's not a good thing after all, and it's easy to cause a reputation incident. As a member of the board of directors of a large company, you can certainly enjoy a lot of benefits, but sometimes you also have responsibilities. Zhou understands all these, otherwise how can you enjoy the benefits for nothing? Chapter 463. The school was decided, and Zhou had already made arrangements with Stanford. They had also prepared the test, and were just waiting for Zhou to go there. Zhou was ready in the morning, and went to San Francisco one day in advance. This time it was very simple. He just took Mizi and a fashionable bag and set off. His daughter didn't need him to worry about anything now, because the old man who adopted NIU in China had already arrived at the farm. It was just right that when Zhou came back, his godmother, who was still in the capital, called and said that the old man was ready to leave for the United States and asked him to find someone to pick him up at the airport. Zhou was surprised at the time. How could this come so suddenly? He didn't tell them in advance. He had just been back for 2 days. Well, he calculated the flight and took his bodyguards to go to San Francisco again. And by the way, he also checked whether the car he ordered had arrived. He didn't stay in San Francisco for nothing these few days. Seeing that each of these friends had one or several sports cars, it would be impossible for a man not to envy them. After careful calculation, he decided to spend more money this time. Otherwise, what would he do with the money he spent on watermelons and perfumes? If he doesn't enjoy the investment, what's the point of making money? So buying a car became a big expense in front of him, but now he would feel reluctant to buy a sports car worth millions of dollars. Besides, He might not be very interested in racing. He would just race when he was in the mood. There was no need to stimulate it and just treat it as fun. So it didn't matter much whether it was fast or not. So his eyes were set on cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, such as the new Lamborghini that his friend Phelps had just bought recently, called Gallardo 560-4. He felt that the car was pretty good. The engine power of 560 HP, 552 HP is about 414 kilowatts, and full-time four-wheel drive. Zhou didn't understand these, but it didn't stop her from thinking it was amazing. Moreover, he likes the exterior design very much. The white body and the tough streamlined shape make it a good tool for picking up girls. The most important thing is the price. Compared with those sports cars that are priced at 200 or 300 euros, this car looks much more affordable. Although the Lotus Supercar is only more than $70,000, even if it is equipped with some configurations, it is estimated to be less than $100,000, and the style is also okay. But in terms of innate choice, he tends to prefer a more sharp sports car shape. And this Lamborghini is only priced at 210,000 yuan. Even if it is equipped with high-end configurations, it will definitely not exceed 350,000 yuan. There is also a Mercedes-Benz SL sports car with a good price. The high-end configuration is only more than $300,000. It is a convertible sports car with a red streamlined body and a gentle and restrained temperament. Zhou definitely takes intellectual and beautiful girls for a ride sometimes, which is definitely a good choice. In terms of power, the SL300 is equipped with a 3.0-liter V6 engine with a maximum power of 170 kilowatts, 231 horsepower, and a maximum torque of 300 Nm, matched with a 7-speed automatic transmission. Compared with the SL350, SL550 and other models, the price is slightly lower. There is also this year's new Porsche 911 Turbo, including the Porsche 911 Turbo Coupe and the Porsche 911 Turbo Cabriolet. The core and highlight of this car is the new power system with a displacement of 3.8 liters and a maximum power output of 500 horsepower. It only takes 3.4 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h, and the maximum speed can reach 312 km/h. The new engine uses direct fuel injection and Porsche's unique variable geometry turbocharger for gasoline engines. This is the first time that these two innovative technologies have been used in the 911 Turbo since its birth 35 years ago. At the same time, the 7-speed PDK Porsche dual-clutch transmission is also used for the first time with the new 6-cylinder engine. It sounds great, and Zhou couldn't help wanting it when Phelps introduced this year's sports car. After looking at the pictures he gave and driving his car, it really felt great. So Zhou decided to buy a car. Under Phelps' surprised eyes, Zhou directly packed up these well-priced sports cars. Buy all of them and go back to the garage. Otherwise such a large garage can only hold 2 or 3 cars, which is a waste. After arriving in San Francisco, Zhou saw the 4 cars he wanted at Phelps' villa that day. He didn't buy a house in San Francisco, so when he came to San Francisco, he stayed in a hotel or a friend's house. Considering that he was going to Stanford to study, he had already bought a big villa there. It hasn't been cleaned up yet, so the car will be sent to his friend first. When he goes to school, he should be able to live there. Zhou took out the key and drove away a Porsche 911 sports car, wanting to go out to hunt, but Phelps followed him in a sports car and competed with Zhou in speed. So he didn't pick up girls anymore, and he had to enjoy the new car first. So he experienced a little bit of speed and passion. The roar of the sports car brought a fast pushback, like an arrow from Li Zuan, running forward quickly. The next day, he drove to pick up the old man from the United States, but there were 2 other cars with bodyguards behind and in front. A big sign was erected at the airport pickup location, and I believe the old man must be able to see it. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Zhou to see him in a dress that was a bit out of tune with the surroundings. Zhou felt a little distressed. I really don't know how to say to this old man. His stubborn temper is sometimes really a headache. If you don't want money, he may even turn against you. But if you don't give money, Zhou really doesn't know what to give. After all, they are related only because of Niu. It's not reasonable to ask him to support the old man, and I guess the old man himself doesn't think it's okay. Fortunately, he came up with a job on the farm. It's the job of a farm janitor, but he doesn't have anything to do normally. When old man Bud was on the farm, he hired a gatekeeper not far from the villa. So there was a gatekeeper's house there, just right for the old man to live in, and the title and everything were complete. It was just that the farm had no security at that time, so the gatekeeper was needed to act as a facade. Now, security equipment and security personnel have been installed around Zhaoji's farm and villa. Even the land outside the farm gate has been cordoned off, and an observation tower has been built. The appearance is still very beautiful, but the practicality is unquestionable. The old man's job is just for show, and Zhao has already made plans. The old man who lives on the farm now, if he eats the food in the space every day, it is estimated that he will have no problem living for more than 10 or 20 years. By then, the money earned from Zhaoji's house will be enough for his retirement. In addition, his daughter should have grown up by then, and if she takes care of him, Zhao believes that the old man should be able to feel at ease. I felt like waving to the old man in the crowd. The old man in the crowd was wearing an old military uniform and an old military cap with a 5-pointed star. He was carrying a green, somewhat worn backpack, and pushing a cart with a few red and blue sacks of things in it. Zhao couldn't tell what they were. Zhao also saw two girls following him, walking with an old man, and they were talking and laughing. It seemed that the old man had great communication skills. The two young and beautiful girls said to the old man, "Grandpa, is he the father of your granddaughter who came to pick you up?" The old man looked at Zhao who was holding a sign. "Hey, yes, it's that kid." Then he shouted to Zhao, "Jess, I'm here." Zhao and the two girls beside the old man were stunned for a moment and turned around to see that there were already quite a few people around, all looking at them. The two girls' faces instantly turned red, and Zhao face was also red because he had lost his sunglasses. The two young girls quickly pulled the old man and said, "Grandpa, this is a public place and you can't shout, or the American airport police will come and cause trouble." Yes. A girl next to him nodded. The old man was also shocked when he heard it. There is such a thing. It's the old man who was abrupt. He now saw many blonde and blue-eyed foreigners around looking at them, pointing and talking, but he couldn't understand the bird language. "It's okay, brother, I just yelled. Even if there are a few more, it's just a fine. It's okay." The elegant old man in a tank suit next to the few people said to the three people. The old man obviously breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was so happy to come here this time that I forgot to be careful when I go out. I'm really old. Brother, how can you say you're old with such a spirit? You don't look much different from me," said the old man. The two girls listened to the conversation between the two old men. Although they didn't think so in their hearts, they didn't need to say it out loud to save his face. "Zhao, look, that man is still a hot dad. His figure, appearance, temperament and face are really charming." A girl whispered to the girl next to her. "Zhao looks a little quiet. If you look closely, she looks a bit like the female star named Yao Xingtang. As for the bestie, she is a girl with a small melon seed face, a little rebellious, like a little wildcat, attractive and with claws." Zhao looked in the direction her bestie said, and instantly met Zhao eyes. When their eyes met, it was as if time stopped. Her face suddenly turned red, and her heart actually beat rapidly. The bestie whispered to her, "What do you think? He's handsome." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 464 seems to be in trouble. There was a little surprise at that time. I remember that several people came to Zhao. The girl who just looked at him had a slightly red face, which made him a little sexual. And the big-breasted girl with short hair next to her is also a good dessert. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but lick his tongue. "Boss, The security consultant, who suddenly pretended to be a passerby, walked behind Zhao Jixi and said, "What's wrong?" Zhao Jixi didn't look at him. He could hear Kaio's words through the headset he was wearing. Although he likes to be in the limelight, he is picking someone up now, and he is the adoptive father of his daughter. What's the meaning of you putting a bunch of people to pick him up? Are you showing off to him? Although Zhao Jixi had this idea in his mind, of course he couldn't do it. So several people pretended to be passers-by, either chatting or making phone calls, and stayed not far from Zhao Jixi so that they could quickly return to their positions next to him. The old man next to the person you are going to meet, boss, doesn't look like a simple person. And there are a few guys on our left and right upper sides who seem to be from the San Francisco Police Department. Just now, Rhett told me that he had met one of them when he was a policeman before. Zhou said to Zhao Jixi, "There is another group of people among them. I don't know where they are from, but they seem to have guns. And they don't look like guys with formal gun licenses, and they are not police or government personnel." Zhao Jixi frowned and glanced at the old man next to the old man. He looked quite impressive. But he was not known by the upper-class Chinese he knew. Not to mention those in California, the upper-class Chinese with names in the San Francisco area didn't know him, Zhao Jixi. And with his current memory, as long as he has seen and paid attention, he probably has an impression of them, but he definitely has no impression of this old man. Isn't he from San Francisco? But he looks a little troublesome. After secretly looking at it in his heart, he said to the headset, "Something is wrong. Call Harvey. He knows what to do. I don't know if these small shrimps in San Francisco will link me to this person. And those who don't have a gun license, put away your guns." "Don't worry, boss, it's been arranged." "Yeah." Zhao Jixi nodded. "Rhett has a gun in his hand now. I have asked him to be next to you. I'm also not far from you. The two of us can deal with the crisis around us at any time," Zhou said. While the two were talking, the old man had already walked over, and Zhao Jixi walked slowly to greet him. His eyes couldn't help but look at the elegant old man next to him. Now he didn't even have time to look at the two little beauties. Zhao Jixi walked over and said to the old man, "Haha, old man, welcome to the United States. Niuni will be very happy when she knows you are coming." The old man was a little happy to see Zhao Jixi, but his eyes kept looking back, as if he was looking for something. After searching for a while, he didn't see anyone, and there was a little disappointment in his eyes. "Haha, I'm old and can't stand the hardship. I don't have much to dream of in this life, but I can't let go of Niu. I'm so shameless to come to your house now. I'm really sorry to bother you." Hearing him say that, even if Zhao Jixi was pretending, he had to pretend to be very anxious, and said hurriedly, "How can I? Old man, you are not disturbing me. I'm alone in the United States, and I don't have many people to help me with such a big business. Your coming is like a timely rain. I'm old now, and I know my own limitations. How can I help you?" The old man waved his hand and said, "There are many things you can help with, but I may not have much time recently. There are only old ladies and children in my farm. With you helping me, I feel relieved when I'm outside. Besides, Niu is closest to you. As a father, I can't tell her some things, but I can only count on you." Zhao Jixi said with a bit of low mood, "Hey, it's also because I, as a father, have not fulfilled my responsibilities in the past few years." While the two were talking, the elegant old man next to the old man was still there, and the two girls were also there. The two whispered to each other, and they looked at Zhao Jixi secretly, after talking for a while, and looked at Zhao Jixi secretly, after talking for a while. With his sensitive five senses, how could he not notice it? Lu, you said that you are going to get married with this hot dad, then you will be upgraded to a mother immediately, and a stepmother all of a sudden?" Yao said with her neck tilted. "However, this man is really amazing. He hit the target with one shot. He was so strong at such a young age. He is even more amazing now." Xiaolu looked at her best friend with a smile. "Yao, please stop talking like that." She even tapped Yao's forehead with her finger. "Why do you think about these things? It really makes me angry." Yao was not ashamed, but moved closer to Xiaolu and said, "Is it me? You don't want to?" Then what were you doing with my massager in the bathroom the day before yesterday? Don't tell me you were doing research. Fortunately, I didn't fall asleep that day. I saw you holding that in the middle of the night. Woo woo. Just as she was about to continue, Yao's mouth was covered by Zhou with a red face. At this time, Zhou, whose face was red, seemed to still remember that when Zhao was talking to Yao, his expression suddenly became very strange, and he deliberately glanced at her, and his eyes were full of wonder. She knew that some people's hearing or sense of smell were more sensitive than the average person, or maybe Zhao was one of them. What she was thinking now was that it was over. Her image was ruined. She quickly covered her bestie's mouth with her hand. Yao, stop talking. Let's go back and talk about this. Don't you see where we are now? In fact, she didn't think about the fact that they didn't know each other yet, and women were sometimes so unreasonable. Woo woo. Yao looked at Zhou and nodded with difficulty. The few policemen that Cairo had just mentioned not far away suddenly became nervous when they saw the actions of the two girls. Zhao also glanced at a young policeman from the corner of his eye and almost couldn't help but stretched his hand behind him. Fortunately, it seemed that an old policeman gave him a warning from behind. Needless to say, Zhao knew that this must be a gun, and Hollywood had played this routine countless times. His eyebrows jumped. What on earth was the meaning of this scene? He was just here to pick someone up. Why did it seem like there were so many things going on? What's going on? There's also the meat that the little beauty has in her mouth. Now I probably don't have time to eat it. It's really fucking terrible. Grandpa, Niunio is also thinking about you. Let's go back first. Zhao said to him. Yeah. When the old man heard this, his heart flew to Niunio. But he still said, wait, I'll talk to this brother and the two girls. After a moment of silence, Zhao said, okay, you go first. Brother, thank you for this trip. When I get familiar with this place, we will contact each other when I have time. The old man said to the temperamental old man. The temperamental old man said generously, haha, okay, call me when you are free. He took out a pen from his pocket and said, I'll write you the phone number. You have the number here. Call this when you are free. He wrote the number on the newspaper he was holding. The old man took it. Okay, I'll talk to you when I'm free. I don't know if I can go back here in the future. Let's talk when we are free. After saying a few more words, the old man said to the two girls, thank you for this trip, otherwise I don't know what to do with many things. Yao was quick-witted and said quickly, it's okay, uncle, it's just a small matter. You are so polite. Yes, uncle, it's fate that we can sit together on the plane. Don't say thank you or not. Zhou also said with a smile. Zhao finally spoke at this time. When the old man spoke just now, he didn't say a word, just like looking at a stranger, but he was a stranger in the first place, and he didn't want to get involved in trouble. Now this old man looks like a trouble. He took a step forward and got closer to the two girls before he said, yes, there are not many people of our generation who are as helpful as you two beauties. We are destined to meet you in this foreign country. The old man came so far alone, and I'm sorry to bother you along the way. Yao looked at Zhao excitedly and didn't know what he was thinking. Hey, Lulu, look at what this handsome guy said. Look, it's just 2 words, generous. Then he turned to look at Zhou. Let's not be polite. Zhou was still thinking in her mind whether Zhao had heard the conversation between the two just now. At this time, she didn't dare to look into his eyes at all. She lowered her head and blushed and said softly, hey, okay, I know. Zhao looked at the girl with short hair and big breasts with a smile. Haha, this girl is generous. We have to rush home today. It's really a neglect that I can't treat you two to a drink. No, it's just a small matter. Zhou said politely. Oh, Lulu, I mean it to you. It's not nice of you to say that. Yao, her best friend, played the role of a good person to Jay Chou very well, and she did a really good job. Jay Chou almost couldn't help wanting to give this girl a few good guy cards and commend her. Yao said to Zhou, and then looked at Jay Chou. Handsome, when are you going to treat us to a drink? Jay Chou smiled and said, I'll be free anytime after today. It depends on you guys. How long do you plan to stay here? For us, about half a month. Yayo said with her finger on her lower lip. Seeing her best friend like this, Zhou sold out both of them if she continued. Yayo. Update fast pure text chapter 465. What the hell are you talking about? Zhao Jixi found the girl's look a little funny. She just suspected that he had heard something. Was she so shy? She could use a vibrator, so why would she be shy? Did she really take it to the bathroom to study or practice? Instantly, he thought of this girl holding a vibrator in the bathroom to practice swallowing, sucking it in, spitting it out, sucking it in, spitting it out, or maybe deep throating. Hiss, wow. The picture in Zhao Jixi's mind was a little inappropriate for children. Dizzy, it seems a little hard, uncomfortable. That's good. I, as the host, will have the opportunity to entertain you. Zhao Jixi smiled happily, and the smiles from the two girls made him feel uneasy. I'm still a bit of a celebrity in San Francisco. If you have any questions, just call me. Zhao Jixi took out a business card and gestured to make a phone call. I'm waiting for you two beauties 24 hours a day. Yayo said to Zhao Jixi with her big chest. Haha, aren't you afraid that we will call you in the middle of the night? Zhao Jixi said very gentlemanly. You two are welcome to call and harass you at any time. Rogue. The woman said with a blushing face. Zhao Jixi's attitude towards the two people is completely different from that of the elegant old man next to him. On one side, he is so cold, and on the other side, he is a little enthusiastic and has bad intentions. God knows that he just doesn't want to cause trouble now. Not everyone envies Conan for having so many incidents. Wherever he goes, there will be deaths or accidents. The old man acted a little indifferent, but there was still a little unhappy in his eyes. It's just that everyone is a stranger. Maybe they will meet again. If they don't care about you, you still force them to care about you. However, Zhao Jixi's actions did not seem to get the result he wanted. The policeman that Zhou mentioned suddenly came over here, and the other group of people also came over, and the people on both sides quickly met eyes. The young policeman had already put his hand on the holster. Fortunately, the old policeman held him down. It seems that we can't take him away quietly today. There are also many of their people. Then we should openly show our identities and go back to investigate carefully. The young policeman was a little unwilling, but under the firm gaze of his partner, he chose to agree with his opinion. The few people on the other side did not make such a big move, but just looked at the police coldly. One of them even sneered at them with a very arrogant expression and said something silently. Just as Zhao Jixi watched coldly, Zhou and Ret had come to his side. Okay, the old man and the two ladies, come to me first. It seems that our old man still has some things to solve. Several people still didn't understand what was going on, but the two groups of people who suddenly came together over there were still very conspicuous. The two Westerners besides Zhao Jixi were also very conspicuous. What's going on? The old man asked quickly. I don't know, but I think this old man must know. Zhao Jixi didn't look at the old man, but looked at the elegant old man. The old man smiled bitterly and wanted to explain, but Zhao Jixi immediately waved his hand to stop him. But I don't want to know, and you don't have to tell me. We just met by chance, and I believe we won't meet again in the future. The old man next to him wanted to say something, but he stopped when the word came to his lips. He knew that this was probably a troublesome matter, and he couldn't afford it. As for asking Zhao Jixi to block it, it was even more ridiculous. Why should he help you? And this old man was just someone he met. The two girls also looked around nervously. Zhou couldn't help but grab Zhao Jixi's arm, and Yayo held Zhao Jixi's arm even more rudely. Oh my god, is this a gang conflict? Will there be blood here soon, or will there be a hero to save us? There won't be any heroes, but you just stay with me, don't worry. It's okay, this is a public place. You've watched too many TV dramas, there's no such thing in reality. Zhao Jixi looked at the two gangs coming over, and said to them without turning his head. After a while, the other four bodyguards were in place, and the two gangs were obviously surprised. Looking at the bodyguards who surrounded Zhao Jixi and others, and then looking at the elegant old man who was independent of this circle, it was obvious that they were not in the same group. The policeman came over and showed his identity first, then said to the old man, "Hello Mr. Jin, I'm Tom, an agent of the FBI, and this is Jack from the San Francisco Police Department. We suspect that there is a major case related to you, and we hope you can go back with us for investigation." The old man had a cold face and looked very unhappy. Staring at Tom, the agent of the FBI, "I didn't expect you to come. You really think highly of me. But every time I see you, nothing good will happen." Several other people over there also came over and stood by. The arrogant man looked at them and said, "Old man Jin, I didn't expect you to go back to San Francisco. It's really, how does that sentence say? Oh, it's really, people with superb skills will be very courageous." Zhao Jixi looked at them coldly for a while, and then signaled Kyo not to worry about them. "Go first." What the hell, these two teams really regarded themselves as the protagonists, and actually ignored him, and the people on both sides of them started a drama. During this time since his rebirth, Zhao Jixi has always been the center of people. In addition, he has money and people, so it is normal for him to be self-inflated. Just like his horse, the only difference is that he doesn't usually show it. "Hey, you're leaving. Why don't you ask our brother Cheyenne?" The arrogant man's younger brother stood up to speak on behalf of the boss. "Brother Cheyenne." The arrogant man's younger brother shouted together like a black man. "Sir, we suspect you are related to a case. We hope you can go back with us to assist in the investigation." Tom also signaled his men to stop Zhao Jixi and others and said. Zhou was very unhappy and wanted to stand up and say something, but was stopped by Zhao Jixi. He smiled slightly first and said to the arrogant thing called Brother Cheyenne, "Brother Cheyenne, it's a nice name, but I don't know what the hell you are yelling at me here." Zhao Jixi looked at him with a condescending look on his face. "In my eyes, you are just trash, you know? Very arrogant." Zhao Jixi also looked at the few people behind him. These people were looking at him with anger. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Jixi's bodyguard was tall and strong, and there were police around, they would probably rush up to beat him up. He curled his lips. "In the San Francisco area, no one dares to talk to me like this. Although I don't know where you came from, you are a bug. You are lucky to be able to talk to an upper class person like me with your crappy accent." Zhao Jixi's compelling eyes kept staring at his eyes. When Zhao Jixi was talking, Brother Cheyenne was panting, looking like he was angry, but this was a public place, and he kept telling himself to calm down, but the guy in front of him had a condescending look, and looked at trash. He felt a sense of tyranny brewing unconsciously in his heart, but his arrogant look also made him feel scared. Yes, he was scared. There were many people in this city that he could not afford to offend. He didn't know if the one in front of him was one of them. Zhao Jixi looked at him with disdain and smiled, then turned to look at Tom. "As for this detective, I don't know what case you are talking about. I just came to the airport to pick someone up, and my time is very precious. Not everyone can let me sit with you. Although I don't know what level you are, Mr. Mayor has to make an appointment to see me. I will only go to the appointment when I'm free. As for you, The silent disdainful laugh was the highlight. "You." A young policeman following behind suddenly stretched out his hand to say something, but was quickly stopped by his colleague next to him. It turned out to be Mr. Zhou. "It seems that we have misunderstanding." Sheriff Jack, who was following Tom, suddenly remembered who this young man was. He had read the reports in the past 2 days. He didn't have the chance to go to those big occasions, but he still knew the big occasions that the police chief went to, especially those that were reported in the newspapers. One of the youngest billionaires, a member of the board of directors of Apple, can now be regarded as one of the well-known Democratic Party donors. Following the boss Steve Jobs, he seems very close to the Democratic Party, and Apple sponsors the Democratic Party every year. This is already a well-known thing. He also has personal relationships with several Democratic congressmen and senators in California. The police chief, the mayor, and even the chairman of the local council are all friends of this young man, and many of them are Chinese. The most important thing is that he is very influential in the upper class Chinese circle, and this new generation of Chinese who are gradually awakening and want to participate in politics are definitely not what he wants to offend, nor are they what he can afford to offend. "Oh, Mr. Sheriff knows me?" Zhao Jixi looked at him a little surprised. He was in a good mood today, but after meeting these people, he was very unhappy. He is annoying enough when he is involved in trouble. Then there is a villain idiot who jumps out. Damn, has he watched too many movies or too much milk powder? He didn't see so many bodyguards around him. He really thought that he was on the same level as him because he had a few little brothers behind him. What is his status now? Pretending to be cool. Don't you even take a piss and look in the mirror? You don't know what kind of person you are. Chapter 466, Shuang. Apologies for the interruption. Zhou Jixi sneered at these people and sneered softly. Mr. Sheriff, although I don't know what these people do, they have seriously affected my freedom. I think you should do something and don't waste our taxpayers' money. Tom from the FBI suddenly brightened up. Although it was impossible to prosecute Brother Cheyenne for this matter, it would be a good choice to take them back to disgust these people. So he turned to Brother Cheyenne and said, "Sir, I think you may have to go back with us." After he said that, Zhou Jixi walked over and whispered in his ear, "Boy, enjoy your life now. If I'm in a bad mood in the future, I might find someone to blow your ass." At this point, Zhou Jixi looked at Brother Cheyenne's angry eyes and helped him straighten his collar. "Remember to wash your butt more when you go back." Brother Cheyenne's hands were already clenched into fists, wanting to punch or draw a gun. Unfortunately, he looked as stupid as imagined. "What? You want to fight? To tell you the truth, I came here just to ask you to fight. But unfortunately, I don't want you to be defeated so easily, so I'll give you a chance. The bodyguards behind me are all mercenaries. I don't know if you understand what this means, but you can try," Zhou Jixi said provocatively beside him. Looking at the man who just had an arrogant look on his face, but now he was too angry to dare to vent his anger, Zhou Jixi felt refreshed. The villains always talk a lot, and he finally understood why. This feeling is so damn good. My lawyer will be here soon. You can talk to him if you have any questions. I don't have time to waste my time with you. Zhou Jixi took the old man away with an arrogant smile and walked away like that. No one tried to stop him. The two girls followed him quickly, looking at Zhou Jixi with admiration, and couldn't help sighing. "He is so handsome and cool. Lulu, I think I'm already wet for him. Don't compete with me." Zhalu's face was flushed, and she looked embarrassed. "Yayo, it's just that I have already climaxed. I must talk to this man once. It's so exciting. I really want to see how he works. How? I'm looking forward to it." Zhou Jixi brought the old man back to the farm under the protection of bodyguards. This trip was really a bit inexplicable. There was nothing wrong, but he was dragged down by the old man Jin. He didn't know what the old man did when he brought him back to the farm, but he secretly guessed that he might be a member of the underworld. Chinese Americans who have always been a little low-key and deal with the police in the United States, except for lawyers, are mostly gang members. But it was none of his business. The two were obviously from different worlds. He was a well-known rich man and a director of a multinational company. And old man Jin was just a boss, not a great figure. When he came to the United States, he knew that the world was ruled by money. However, having money without social status was not very useful. But at least it was much better than in China. There was no risk of being fattened up and slaughtered. They played by the law and the rules, while China was famous for using power to suppress people. My father is so and so, and the importance they attach to gangsters is no joke. Unless they are really ruthless and desperate, their heads are basically tied to their belts. Who cares who you are? When the old man arrived at the farm, Niunia was watching from a distance outside the villa. When she saw several cars coming in, especially the large-sized Raptor that Jay Chou liked, she knew that her father was back. But the protagonist this time was obviously not Jay Chou, but the old man who got off the car behind Jay Chou. The little girl ran over just like the first time she met Jay Chou, tears drifting in the wind. Drops of tears fell on the grass. With a tearful smile on her face, she shouted, "Grandpa, Grandpa." Jay Chou felt a little jealous, but he couldn't blame her. The memories of her childhood were basically all about her grandfather. Children are forgetful. As long as Jay Chou didn't let them contact each other for a few years or more, or a 7-year-old child would forget about the old man when he grew up. But he didn't want this to happen. He was already an incompetent father. If he erased his daughter's most precious memory, he would only feel guilty. In addition, influenced by the thoughts in the United States, he felt that it was not a bad thing for his daughter to be with the old man. So he made every effort to promote the old man to live in the United States. This episode also made him feel a lot more relaxed when he went to Stanford. At least he didn't have to worry about whether his daughter would be happy. Even if he, the father, was gone, there was still the grandfather who took care of her since she was a child, and there were old ladies and nannies at home who cared about her. Zhou could feel much more at ease. As for his parents, Zhou Jixi didn't dare to reveal the news. How could he know that the two of them had known about it for a long time, but they just hadn't told him yet? Zhou Jixi's parents in FJ's hometown were also upset about this matter. Their son suddenly had a daughter, a 7-year-old child. The two of them were not happy about their granddaughter. A good son actually had a child when he was a teenager. If relatives, friends or neighbors knew about this, where would they put their faces? A lot of gossips came out. It would be troublesome for the son to find a wife with a burden in the future. It felt like he was inferior to others. A careful calculation showed that it happened when he was 16 or 17 years old. How embarrassing it was. It was typical that there was a problem with the family style, and there were 2 daughters in the family who had not married yet. There was a problem with the family style, and even the daughters would be implicated in the future. It's a pity that their thinking is still stuck in the old thoughts. They don't know that their son is very popular. He is a diamond man wherever he goes. He is young, unmarried, rich, and good looking. Although he has a daughter, there are probably dozens of people who want to be her stepmother. There is no need to worry about Zhou Jixi. 2 middle-aged men and women are sitting in the living room of Zhou Jixi's house. Old Zhou, you said that we must have an explanation for Xiaoji's matter. We can't just drag it on. That's not a solution. Sooner or later, the child will be known to others. We can't just keep raising him outside, right? The child has grown up. I don't know what he thinks. He recognized the child quietly and took him directly to the United States. Isn't it because he doesn't want us to know? Zhao's father said a little angrily. Raised outside? Isn't he raising that child outside now? He is really too arrogant. Looking at the child's father's appearance, Zhao's mother began to speak for the child in her heart. Don't be angry. Xiaoji may have some ideas. Why don't we call him back and talk to him face to face? Talk about it? How many times have you said this? Every time I asked you to call, you said it again. We have to cooperate. You women can talk about this matter. If you want me to talk, I will scold him directly and let this kid eat a meal of fried vermicelli with jumping fish. Zhao's mother's face suddenly turned red. How old is a child? You still want to beat the child? You are a person. Zhou Jixi had no idea that his family was so worried about him that they almost risked being beaten. His godmother also wanted to go to his godson's place to see him when the old man went to the United States. After all, he had been talking about this matter, but seeing that his mother's birthday was approaching in the near future and his eldest brother's birthday would be in a while. After these 2 trips, it will be the Chinese New Year again in a while. I will have to take several more long-distance flights. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Thinking about it, I really feel that time is unforgiving. In a blink of an eye, I'm over 40 years old. Compared with when I was young, he is not as good as before in any aspect at this age. Recently, because of his old sisters and his good management of personal connections, his son has become a highly valued person in the TV station's board of directors. Compared with his previous voice in the TV station, he has become stronger. Recently, her people in Korea have told her about his recent performance in the TV station. Compared with her son in the past, the currently Shuang makes her more pleased. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but indirectly thank Zhou Jixi. It would be impossible for her son to work so hard without Zhou Jixi's stimulation. It also made him, who was a little complacent and self-satisfied, change a lot. Now he looks like a descendant of a Cheeble. Unlike the descendants of Cheebles who have received aristocratic education since childhood, no matter how rich they are, they still feel that it is not enough. Have a deep understanding of your life goals, know what you want, and what you have to pay. Li Shuang's complacency and goals after becoming rich are sometimes inadvertently revealed, which is actually a bit like Zhou Jixi. But people will change. Li Shuang has changed a lot because of Zhou Jixi's stimulation. Zhou Jixi is also slowly making changes for various reasons. Hi, these two children. As a mother, Li Ziyuan sighed with satisfaction about the current situation of her son and godson. At SBS TV in Seoul, South Korea, Li Shuang had just walked into the TV station, and many employees who saw him bowed and greeted him. He also nodded with a serious face, but a little smile. Because he was not very old, he could only be more serious. Make yourself look much older, so as not to receive some criticism in Korea, a place that attaches great importance to age. After walking for a while and about to enter the elevator, many young employees saw him coming, and immediately moved to the elevator next door, watching him walk over in awe. He was not surprised by this. But when he walked in, someone walked over from the side. PS. I went back to my hometown in 3 days for a classmate's wedding. I drank so much yesterday that I vomited 3 or 4 times. I almost forgot how many times. Damn, the groomsmen over there were so awesome. There were only a few men on the bride's side, and there was only one female macho. The rest couldn't drink much, and a few men ran away. Damn, I really couldn't handle it. I was drunk and unconscious. I'll make up for it as soon as possible in the next 2 days. Fast update Pure Text chapter 467. UG suck. This is a slightly thin face, and he wears a pair of myopic glasses. The upper body is a formal suit, but the lower body is a bit strange. It is a pair of tight pants, but it looks normal on him. When he saw Li Shuang, he bowed and greeted him. Hello, Director Li. Li Shuang did not dare to be arrogant to this man, and greeted him with a wry smile. You are also good, brother GCark. Why are you so polite to me today? The man he greeted was Liu Zaishi, a well-deserved national host in Korea, an era when the national so-and-so is rampant. He once hosted XMN brilliantly, and later continued to host some popular variety shows such as Limited Challenge, Let's Play, and Birth of a Family. Although he and another Korean host Jang Hudong are called the two major mountains. In fact, he obviously has the upper hand in terms of audience appeal. Haha. Shuang. Brother, I have to ask you to take care of me in the future. Liu Zaishi is obviously very familiar with Li Shuang, and knows his recent situation. This newcomer in the TV station's board of directors is also the executive director who will be assigned to supervise the arts bureau. Compared with the director of the arts bureau, he is just a supervisor. He may not come up with good ideas, but it is his job to deny the ideas of several directors of the arts bureau. This power is not small. That's why Liu Zaishi said this. Li Shuang quickly said politely, no, brother, don't say that, but if you can help, please don't be polite to me. Liu Zaishi smiled and patted Li Shuang's shoulder. Let's go for a drink together tonight. You have been in China recently, and it has been a while since we got together. Li Shuang also nodded with emotion. Yes, I really miss the time when I went to drink with you, but it was really rude at that time. I always let you listen to my complaints. He was a little embarrassed when he said this. Like I told you, everyone has experienced lows in life. This is just a test for you. Look at it now. When you can withstand the test given to you by fate, you will have a bright future. Liu Zaishi said to him. By the way, how are you and your friend? I used to hear you talk about him a lot. Last time I heard on TV that you went back to China with him and your aunt. Li Shuang smiled at Liu Zaishi as a tribute to those memories. Then he said to him, it's completely different from what I thought at the beginning. I didn't expect this kid to be better than me. He almost killed my self-confidence that I just built up. Oh. Although Liu Zaishi is not very gossipy, he has been in variety shows for a long time, and that kind of expression unconsciously reveals it. He knows a lot about Li Shuang, and he met him unexpectedly at that time. Liu Zaishi also went through a period of lows, and as a good man, he saw Li Shuang drinking alone, so he went over to persuade him. Unexpectedly, the two met in this way. Later, the enthusiastic Hu Ji-suk often asked him out to comfort him when he was free. But what was even more unexpected was that Li Shuang was actually a director of SBS. This incident also made his agent and a group of friends envious of his unexpectedness. He is really a model of good people being rewarded. Now he is even more envious. No one thought that being a good person would actually have such good luck. Not only did he make friends with the descendants of the Cheeble family, but he has now become a powerful figure in one of the 3 major TV stations. The largest power is still his old profession, the entertainment bureau. The agent and friends had some words of concern for him, but now they turned into envy, jealousy, and hatred. When his friend Park Myung-soo was drinking, he said that, if he met such a person in the future, he would definitely persuade him. HH, who was in the challenge limit, even said that he would be a warm-hearted person in the future. But there is really no one who can do it like Yu Ji-suk and persist. Seeing the gossipy expression of the big brother, Lee Shuang smiled. Brother, you have been doing the limited challenge all the time. It seems that, if you don't have this idea in your heart, it is impossible to make the show so real. Hey, Kit, I'm your brother. You are shaking now. Are you talking to your brother like this? Liu she said, pretending to be angry. Lee Shuang looked at the pretending to be serious, and still with an angry expression. Brother, I think you should have a share in this year's entertainment awards. This acting is really Oscar worthy. Liu she. The two chatted and walked to Lee Shuang's office together. The secretaries outside the door were no longer surprised by Liu she entering his office. They knew that the director had a good relationship with Liu she before. Now that the director has risen, he can still maintain this relationship. She is also happy to have such a boss. At least she thinks of the relationship. Sitting down in this spacious new office, Liu she looked around and said enviously, Shuang, this office is really nice. It's great. Lee Shuang smiled. Brother Zaishi, come and sit more often, when you are free. Then he brought a cup of coffee. Try this coffee. A cup of coffee with thin smoke was placed in front of Liu Zaishi. He picked it up and smelled it, looking very enjoyable, and took another sip. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Wow, this coffee is good. The taste is very mellow. Lee Shuang smiled, took out a white cigarette box, took out a cigarette from it, and handed it to Liu Zaishi. He frowned. Shuang, brother doesn't smoke. How did you forget? Haha, brother, this is not a cigarette. Although it has the word cigarette in its name, it is a medicinal cigarette. A lot of Chinese medicinal essence is added to it. To be precise, it just looks a bit like a cigarette in form, but it actually has nothing to do with nicotine. Lee Shuang explained to him with a smile. Liu Zaishi took one with a suspicious look, and then held it in his hand. Lee Shuang lit one first, took a puff and spit it out. Liu Zaishi knew from the smell of the smoke, that he was not lying. It was indeed not as unpleasant as cigarettes, and the taste was much better than nicotine. Lee Shuang smiled, and lit up his big brother. Liu Zaishi took a deep breath, and exhaled it in his lungs, and immediately felt refreshed. He looked at Lee Shuang in surprise, his expression full of questions. These are sent by my brother Zhou Jixi. He made the medicine cigarettes himself. As for the coffee, it seems to be produced by a private farm in Switzerland. It is not sold to the public. I guess he is the only one in the world who has this kind of coffee. As for the medicine cigarettes, he also made them. It seems that his master is a master of the generation. He is now specializing in pharmacy. It seems that he is doing very well in this regard. Lee Shuang said, tapping the ash. Seeing Liu Zaishi's surprised eyes, Lee Shuang continued talking to himself. These are just his hobbies. I also have a product called incense. This guy actually made this thing, and the effect is much better than the original. Lee Shuang shook his head and smiled bitterly and continued. Now this thing is a hot selling item in the upper class in the United States. One box costs $100,000, and each person is limited to buying only 13 boxes a year. They are not allowed to buy more, but those people are still happy to do it. It's really a heavy blow to see these. This is not counting his main business and investment projects. He is a director of Apple and Facebook, and he also opened a game company. Now the market value is almost $300 million. It has only been opened for a few months, not even half a year. He has already come up with 2 popular games in succession. Liu Zaishi listened in surprise, and then his face was shocked. By the way, that person seemed to be a young man in his 20s, right? He already had all these achievements. No matter in which aspect, he felt that it was a little unattainable. At this time, he felt Li Shuang had become a little different. Compared with before, he had a thing called vigor. Liu Zexi patted his shoulder comfortingly. If you always follow others, you will never be happy in your life. The world is too big. No one knows when one or two unexpected people will appear, and you can't always guarantee that you will be an unexpected person. Look at it. Li Shuang smiled heartily and said, "Don't worry, brother, how could I be the kind of person who can't think it through? I just have some feelings for Jess. Seeing him also makes me feel that I'm not satisfied with my small achievements, and I'm not a person who can be complacent. I still need to work hard." Looking at his appearance, Liu Zexi realized that he was worried in vain. People have a good attitude towards the rise of their brothers, but they are just beginning to be a little pessimistic about their own achievements. That's good, but you're already very capable now. I'll need you to take care of me in the future. Li Shuang would never take his words seriously. No, but if I have any problems, just tell me. Don't be polite, otherwise you won't consider me a close friend. Yeah. Liu Zexi nodded politely. Oh. By the way, Li Shuang seemed to have remembered something suddenly. He said to Liu Zexi, "Brother, when you are on any variety show recently, please take care of Sunny and Ye from Girls' Generation." Oh. Liu Zexi looked at him questioningly, with a bit of a weird expression. This guy used to be a playboy. Could it be that he wanted to make up for it after having sex with a girl? But Sunny seems to be the niece of Li Suman, the director of SM Entertainment. Shuang had an affair with her and then abandoned her, and he didn't want Li Suman, who was behind Sunny, to know. So Li Shuang looked at his strange expression and knew that this brother must be making random guesses again. He immediately looked at Liu Zexi and said, "Brother, don't think about it, okay? These two girls are good friends of my friend Jess, and Sunny's mother is a good friend of my mother, so that's why you said that. I only paid attention to these two people recently because of Jess. Anyway, you are on your show, so you should help out more." Fast update Pure Text Chapter 468, Security Guards. After JC Zhou settled his family affairs, he set off to Stanford to study. I heard that Stanford students have to live on campus in their first year, but he was a special student, and although he was going to college, he was just accumulating knowledge. After he had a good graduate thesis next time, he could become a graduate student, and then there would be the doctoral assessment. Fortunately, these could be done slowly. In his opinion, as long as he had any results in the space, did a good job of material analysis and process overview and other reports, it would be a small problem to get a doctorate degree. In the final analysis, it was time and qualifications, and he happened to have neither of these two. He said goodbye to Niu and Xianshan, who were reluctant to leave. The two girls knew that he was going to San Francisco, so they kept pestering him and wanted to go with him. But going to college with a child? Can I still pick up girls? Can I still get beautiful girls? It's nonsense. So JC Zhou of course righteously rejected the request of the two children and went with the bodyguards. Speaking of which, the second sister was extremely irresponsible and left the child with him for several months. At first, they said that they would let her go back to kindergarten, but they found that their daughter could speak English very fluently and could even talk to her severely disabled English, and she couldn't understand many slangs. Later, she was able to talk to a foreign teacher friend in China very smoothly, and she spoke with a California accent. She immediately abandoned the kindergarten at home. If she hadn't had her son to take care of, she would have gone directly to the United States to live. She was afraid that there would be no English environment when she returned, and the child would forget all the conversations she had just learned, so she asked to live in Zhao Jix's house again. Anyway, a nanny has been hired, and it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 months. She will come back with Zhao Jixi after a while. When watching the video of her daughter at that time, the second sister's eyes were full of tears, and she looked like she could bear it, no matter how hard it was for the future of her child. That reluctant expression made Zhao Jix's teeth ache. As for Xianshan, it's okay. There is food and drink here, and there are people who care and play. There are a lot of fun animals. The old lady sometimes takes her to visit the neighbors next door. There are also many children of the bodyguards' families who play with her. She is really enjoying herself. When she is free, she can also video chat with her mom and dad, and she doesn't have to go back to kindergarten. She lives a comfortable life. Seeing her mother's eyes full of tears and a depressed face, she always chats with her daughter and runs away after half an hour, saying that her friends are coming to play. Zhou has made jokes about his second sister many times. It's true that she has a black-bellied mother, and her daughter is not bad. The second sister even closed her eyes when her daughter left, picked up the potato chips and started eating, and chatted with Zhou one by one, or asked him to send some food back, which made Zhou raise his eyebrows. Mother and daughter. It's mother and daughter. Zhou waved goodbye to the old lady, his daughter, niece and others that day, and drove away the Porsche. The bodyguards also drove a Raptor behind him. This time, I didn't plan to take a plane. It would be fast to drive there directly. At an average speed, it would only take more than 2 hours to reach Stanford. If I drove fast, I could reach here in more than 1 or 2 hours. Sitting next to him in the Porsche sports car was Martin, an Italian American who was one of the 4 security consultants. He had a cold face like a villain. To be honest, this person was sometimes really cold, and was the type who did things for money. So don't tell him about sympathy. He was born in the special forces, and lived a mercenary life. You can imagine how strong his heart would be. The only people who could make an exception for him were his wife and children. Now, of course, there was another person, that was his boss, Zhou. Hey, how is Martin's house being built recently? Zhou said to him, while driving and looking ahead. It's almost done. I guess the house should have been renovated when I'm off this shift. When Martin said this, although he still looked cool, his words were warm. Zhou allocated a piece of land near the lake to the farm security personnel. The environment there is beautiful, and it is a bit like an enclave of the farm. It is also a gap in military defense. Usually, few cowboys go there. This is also a good place discovered by the security personnel when they surveyed the farm. Zhou thought that this place was actually equivalent to the periphery of the farm. There was not even a fence here. It was just that legally, this place belonged to him. After thinking about it, he felt that this place could be granted to the security personnel, and he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If you walk, it is about 20 minutes away from the farm villa. Many of his security guards are mercenaries, and they attach great importance to their own safety and the safety of their families. After listening to Zhou's proposal, a group of people gathered around the land to discuss. Needless to say, the environment, they who have experienced war, also like this beautiful scenery, birdsong and flowers, not very noisy place, not to mention the wife and children at home. Zhou gave them the permanent right to use the lakeside, buy some water speedboats and motorcycles, and build water trampolines on it, which is almost equivalent to their private lake. Although it is much smaller than the lake owned by Zhou, after the private area, it is the location of the public lake. With only a small fee every year, it is not a problem for them to use it. Of course, my wife and children will not object. Anyway, they have already moved out of their original place. It is definitely a good choice to settle down in such a beautiful place. If there are more than 10 or 20 people here, it is almost equivalent to a new community. In addition, the location is large enough, so they don't have to worry about not being able to choose the location they like. After the bodyguards arranged it, they decided. Some of them had enemies before, but now it is much safer for everyone to live together. They also got the instructions of Zhou to install a lot of security designs. There are also high towers and personnel on duty to monitor safety. This is also the reason why they decided to live here. A safe home will make people feel warm and comfortable. This is also what Zhou pursues. Living in the sparsely populated area of the countryside in the United States, Zhou always lacks a sense of security. If a murderer comes, his family will be in trouble. Now that they are equipped with complete security, they can feel safe. Zhou nodded. That's good. Are all the security measures on your side pre-installed now? Don't worry, boss, they are all installed. It belongs to the hidden defense line. As long as we have enough medicine, there will be no problem, even if we fight a small battle. But what we bought now are semi-automatic weapons, which will have some disadvantages in firepower. Martin said this in a military and serious manner. Zhou glanced at Martin. Do you have to be so violent? Small battle. Damn. Do you think my farm is in the Middle East? Small battle. Just resist for a few minutes here. Remember to send the message. The police will be here soon. If you send a danger alert directly, the federal police can be dispatched. They took out all fully automatic weapons. Do you really think that terrorists are so powerful that they can turn the world upside down in the United States? Zhou is now a big man in the state, and he is also well known in the United States. Mercer County also attaches great importance to him. In terms of local taxation, he is now a very large amount. The county government gives him special preferential treatment in terms of security, which is also one of the ways to keep him here. However, Martin's words made him take it to heart and prepare enough medicine. Automatic and large-scale weapons cannot be hidden in the farm. Just buy some semi-automatic weapons that can be bought and sold within the scope of the law. As for those illegal things, they can be put in the space for storage, which is not only safe and secure, but also not afraid of being checked. When you need it in the future, you can use it immediately. It is really convenient to use it at any time. Thinking of this, Zhou thought this idea was very good, but where to get the weapons was a problem. He believed that his bodyguards must have channels to get them. As long as they have money, it is not a problem, but who to find to get them is a problem. This is related to his handle on breaking the law, and he is not stupid enough to hand it over to others in person. It seems that we can only take a long-term view. Semi-automatic weapons are enough. With homemade bombs, I believe there will be no problem. After thinking for a while, he could only put this thought aside. By the way, Martin, how is the underground project going? Zhou asked him inquiringly. The project is very fast. They are all Mexicans. These guys are very good at work. Martin rarely said a few more words. There is no rush for this. First build the frame below. I will reinstall the experimental equipment later. The main thing is that after they are installed, our confidentiality measures must be improved. You can work hard on some secret passages and secret rooms, and then arrange another group of people to decorate them. Zhou said in a dignified manner. In his previous life, he read novels about laboratories being invaded by people. Even if he didn't put anything important in it, he could show it to people. Maybe there would be unexpected gains. Okay, boss. Martin said clearly. This person is good in this way. He doesn't ask too many questions and only does what he should do. He is a typical person who does more and says less. Zhou is very satisfied with this point besides his loyalty. Suddenly Zhou seemed to think of something. By the way, Martin, do you think our security company should be expanded? I plan to buy some land, and my master told me that there are people in the county who hope that we can provide them with some services. Quick update Pure Text Chapter 469, Annoying Reporter, Part 1. Martin thought about Zhou words for a while, and then said, Boss, if we recruit more people, the pressure is not great. In terms of management, there is no need to worry about anything. As long as those who want us to provide services can afford the money, I think there will be many guys who don't want to be mercenaries who come to our company for interviews. It's just, he looked at Zhou. Zhou knew what Martin's eyes meant. Money is not a problem. You don't need to worry about it. It's worth spending money to provide yourself with security protection in the early stage. It's just that I didn't expect that this company would be able to be self-sufficient in the future. I only have to pay my own security fee every year. If it makes money, maybe I can save my security fee. Martin shrugged his shoulders and was very disappointed with Zhou's idea. Isn't it a bit too far-fetched? The security company has a lot of registered content, but to be honest, they are just Zhou's personal bodyguard and security consultant. This was originally a company registered for tax issues. Now he even thought of using it to earn money from others, to subsidize his security expenses. It must be said that Zhou, who was thrifty in his previous life, really gave him a face at some times. However, Martin thought in his mind that what Zhou said might still make sense. After all, the company does not need to make much profit. As long as it can be self-sufficient, I believe that, as long as the business is done well, it may still be possible. And it will also allow himself and others to have the possibility of moving forward. If it really becomes a corporate existence, he may also be one of the company's senior executives in the future. There is no need to say more about the salary. After all, who doesn't want to make more money? Two business rookies, without considering it at all, just want to make money by rushing in. What are those bankrupt companies for? They are also in this business, and they are not stupid. Why do they lose money while you can make money? But later, Zhou really found an opportunity, so sometimes the saying of luck is a reliable saying at this time. When you have an opportunity, as long as you can seize it, it is your success. In that country in the east, the market for the rich security industry is still a scarce place. Zhou's company, which he himself had no confidence in, unexpectedly started to make profits after entering that market, and the money he made was not less than that of the United States. The Chinese rich have a low sense of security, but it is inherited from history. Almost all dynasties have been unable to avoid killing pigs to enrich themselves. There were many such cases during the feudal dynasties. There were also many in modern times. After the reform and opening up of the Chinese Empire, a group of them were killed. This also makes most people on some rich lists feel bad. In addition, some recent anti-rich activities, kidnapping and intimidation in China, have made these people urgently need bodyguards, especially professional bodyguards. Outside Stanford University, there are surprisingly many reporters staying there today. These people are not here to interview celebrities in the school. Today, they are waiting for Zhou. This Chinese rich man has been very popular recently. The school announced that it would publish his grades and test questions, and they also want to see if Zhou is really capable. In the president's office in Stanford, the secretary is reporting to him about the situation outside. John Hannes frowned. These guys are really talkative. Don't they have other news to report? Principal, since some media reported that Zhou was coming to our place to take the test and go to school, many people felt that there was insider trading, and the public's doubts were very loud. The secretary said quickly. John Hannes was also unhappy. Someone on the school board did say that, but he just said to give Zhou a chance. They didn't have any insider trading at all. Even if Zhou had spoken through the professors in the school, he didn't agree. I don't know who to report it to now. It's like jumping into the yellow river, can't wash it clean. If he knew this sentence, he would feel like this. When Zhou comes, you bring him to see me first. Later, I will do a basic test on him with the test team. After marking the papers in person, I will publish the test questions first, and publish the results and the original papers the next day. John Hannes planned it first. But I still need to talk to that guy first. To publish the original papers of others, the consent of the parties must be obtained. If you want to do this, you have to ask Zhou's opinion. Martin answered the phone for JC in the car. Okay, I understand. I'll tell the boss. Okay, that's it. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a press of a button. JC was driving the car and knew it was a call from the school, but he didn't want to answer it, so he asked Martin to answer it. How is it? What does the school say? He was also very annoyed by the reports outside and was really disappointed with Stanford's confidentiality. There are reporters outside the school, a lot of them. They are all waiting for you, boss. They are smiling and hope to see you first. Martin said one paragraph at a time. Although the words were not repeated well, fortunately I could understand them. Fuck, are these reporters full and have nothing to do? Why don't you report on Obama? Why don't you report that Britney is getting back together with that man? Even Lindsay Lohan, that woman, got pregnant with which man, didn't go to interview him. Why are they following me so closely? Martin's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say to the boss. The car drove all the way to Stanford. Although the reporters didn't know JC's car, they couldn't stand his arrogance. A sports car and a large Raptor are obviously out of tune with the students here. To be a reporter, you must be smart and have a sense of news like a dog. These reporters wanted to rush in and grab a good position, but it was already a place where you couldn't drive when you went in. The reporters surrounded Zhou's parking spot and waited for him. The spotlights flashed before they saw anyone, making Zhou really enjoy the taste of being a star. The situation in front of him also made Zhou in the car a little upset. He had no intention of appreciating Stanford with its beautiful scenery. "Boss, let's get off the car and surround it first, and then you follow," Martin said calmly. "Yeah." Zhou looked outside and nodded. Martin said a few words to the headset, and the raptor behind him stopped. 4 tall and strong bodyguards got off and stood in front of Zhou car. Martin got out of the car first and opened the door, and Zhou walked out leisurely. Fast update pure text chapter 470, Annoying Reporter Part 2. The reporters immediately increased their shutter speed. Some reporters had 3 or 4 cameras, holding one in each hand and holding it high, taking a bird's eye view of Zhou, who was surrounded by bodyguards. The reporters who wanted to rush forward were intercepted by the bodyguards, who were generally over 1.9 meters tall. Fortunately, I wore sunglasses, so the flash is bright. Zhou was secretly proud of himself. "Mr. Zhou, some media reported that there was an inside story about you going to Stanford. I wonder what you think about this?" The reporters stretched out their hands and held the recorder to Zhou and asked, "Mr. Zhou, some media speculated that you had some kind of transaction with Stanford. What do you have to explain this?" "Mr. Zhou, someone broke the news that you funded a Stanford professor as a bargaining chip to study here. How much did you fund?" "Mr. Zhou, do you think the report in XX magazine is true? What do you think about XX and XX?" Zhou's face was already darkened by these questions, each one more unreliable than the other. Although he had thought about all these, no one agreed. He had never done anything, but people were talking about it. It was more unfair than Zhou didn't want to say anything, but he couldn't help it. He raised his hand and signaled them to be quiet. The reporters kept quiet for a while to save face. He said, "What you said is not true. I had to pass the test to get into Stanford. And how could Stanford, a century-old prestigious school, do such a scandal just for me? So please don't slander me casually, or I will see the report and wait for my lawyer's letter." After saying that, he signaled Martin and others to move forward, and he didn't want to pay attention to these reporters anymore. But his ignoring doesn't mean that others will ignore him. Although Zhou had a history of suing tabloids, and among them, 2 newspapers were forced to go bankrupt, and other newspapers and magazines also lost a lot of money. But most of it was lawyer fees, and the actual compensation he received was not much. If the luxurious lawyer litigation team fails to win, Zhou will have to spend a lot of money. Only the rich can afford this. However, this did not scare some of them at all. People from big newspapers cannot be scared away by a few words. They also have their own lawyer consultants. They can form a lawyer team to play with you slowly, which can also increase their popularity. Even if they lose, they can afford to lose. Moreover, during the lawsuit, the profit effect brought by their fame can completely make up for the loss and make a lot more. This is also the advantage of big media companies. They are more confident than small media, so they can always pursue news. Some media even think that exposing the White House is a trivial matter. They even dare to report some proposals of the Secretary of State and scold them at the right time. There are also some presidential scandals. For them, reporting is just more interesting. Looking at these reporters who have caught up, Zhou is really a little impatient. "Mr. Zhou, most people now think that Stanford has decided to publish the test questions in order to clear its name. Do you feel any pressure about this?" "Mr. Zhou, there are reports that you dare not publish your test scores. What do you think about this?" The reporter who followed him asked him loudly. One reporter was almost squeezed by the people behind him to ask questions and stuck to Zhou's bodyguard. But he still didn't give up. "Mr. Zhou, do you regret coming to Stanford to study? Mr. Zhou, do you regret this absolute behavior now? Or do you think your IQ is a flaw, so you made this stupid decision?" Zhou heard the end. If the female reporter with glasses didn't say it, he knew what stupid decision he was going to say. "What pressure is there? Yanim, did I say I wouldn't publish it? What's the matter with you? Even if I don't publish it." To be honest, it would be strange if he didn't regret it. Now he regrets it so much. There are so many universities that he can't go to, but he had to come to Stanford, and he came so high profile. He should have been alert when the last report came out. but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. There's no reason why he couldn't go to college. He could first get into a regular university and become a graduate student. Then he could go to Stanford for exchange and study, and then he could also come here to study for a master's degree. That way, I believe the storm would be much smaller. He just happened to catch up with Apple, and the news that he was a member of the board of directors was exposed. With the addition of Facebook and the game company, the image of a young rich man was exposed, and the limited investments were all successful, and the results in the future may be even more successful. These experiences are enough to attract people's attention, and after the news about him going to Stanford was reported, everyone would think that Zhou wanted to come to Stanford to study in order to give himself a good appearance. But he still wanted to study for a research-oriented graduate school. What's the situation? Isn't it to gild himself? Or does he really want to get a doctorate? Do you really think that American intellectuals eat for free? Just let your graduate degree, plus the possibility of a doctorate in the end. It's really not taking them seriously, and the most important thing is that it's known to everyone. It would be a shame for everyone not to add fuel to the fire. All of a sudden, all the Avildoers stood up. Some criticized Zhou, saying that he was just putting on a show. Some praised Zhou, saying that he knew he still needed to recharge, so he wanted to enter a higher education college. All of a sudden, all kinds of conspiracy theories and hype theories appeared. Zhou, the protagonist of this incident, can only bear the consequences of his carelessness. It's too late to regret now. I can only grasp this test well. I hope that Stanford's test questions will not be changed to more difficult questions due to external pressure. Okay, I'm going to take the test today. Now it's almost the agreed time, and I can't say more to you. After Fang Zheng's results and test questions come out, everyone will know what they are like. So it won't make any more sense for me to say more now. Zhou patiently said a few more words to these people, who he thought were all bastards. Seeing that there were still reporters who wanted to ask more questions, Zhou simply spoke first. Okay, if you want to ask me if I have confidence. To be honest, I'm still very optimistic about myself. I just hope that Stanford's test questions are not too difficult, otherwise I may have to choose a school outside Ningwei. Update fast pure text. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 471, Exam. Everyone obviously knew what Zhou meant about the test questions. He was afraid that Stanford would have an impact on the outside media, so he made some difficult questions so that others would have nothing to say. However, Zhou's words were really beyond their imagination. If you can't get into Stanford, you plan to change to another school. This surprised them a little. It felt like Zhou was like Sun Wukong, jumping to the periphery all of a sudden. He is a rich man, and he is not a person in the service industry. He is just a venture capitalist. Even if this kind of incident is a scandal, it really won't affect him too much. At most, if he fails to get in, he can just change to another school. At most, people will say that he is too ambitious. If he fails to get into Stanford, he can just change to a lower level school to study, and he is not afraid of being laughed at. Zhou's shameless policy came out, and the reporters who wanted to fan the flames were a little speechless. You can't do this. You are shameless, but we still need news. Zhou looked at the depressed crowd and was secretly proud of himself. Stanford University has two stone pillars as the symbol of the gate. Not far from the gate, you can see the symbol of Stanford University, the oval playground. The playground covers a large area and is oval in shape. It is a place for all students to visit relatives and friends. Getting rid of these annoying reporters, Zhou's life is much better now. Although he has never been to the school, his reputation has spread. Many students pointed and talked along the way. Some men even pointed and laughed and threw themselves into the arms of their companions. Zhou was shocked. He thought with a black line on his head, this is Stanford. Stanford? But after thinking about it, it still makes sense. The wind of freedom is blowing. This is the motto of Stanford. As expected, it is possible to blow it wrong with the freedom, especially to blow straight men into gay men. After walking through the oval playground, you will reach the Academy of Fine Arts, a building with a sense of art, a Byzantine style, and a spacious and open building. Let the artistic ideas roam in this spacious space. Zhou took a glance and saw that there were no beauties, so he was too lazy to go in and look, and just walked forward. He passed the William Gates School of Computer Science, which was donated by the world's richest man Bill Gates, and the William Teaching Center a little ahead. The secretary of the president of Stanford led Zhou and others, and introduced them to him from time to time. His words were always full of pride. The school, which has been around for more than 100 years, is now ranked 4th in the world. At the beginning, the couple wanted to donate a memorial building named after their son at Harvard, but Harvard refused. In a rage, they returned here and took out the land from their farm to build the current Stanford. But no one thought that it would grow into such an awesome school. Zhou looked around for a while and was slightly moved. There was a strong learning atmosphere. From time to time, people could be seen reading books on the lawn, or several people gathered together for group discussions. It is indeed a famous university. Today is not a day for sightseeing. Zhou came here for a test. The secretary also hurriedly introduced the scenery because of the principal's instructions. He was a little unhappy with the strange eyes and discussions of many students. Even with high knowledge, it cannot cover up the bad roots of human nature. Gossip and slander about Zhou began to spread. Those students mostly said something about Zhou to the students next to them. In addition to the girls sighing that he was handsome, there were many other words that were not very comfortable to hear. Zhou wore a large pair of sunglasses and slapped the faces of the students who looked at him. When he was free in the future, he would play a prank on them to satisfy his current unhappy mood. Halfway on the way, a car got on and a few people quickly arrived at the principal's office. Zhou signaled the bodyguards to wait outside, and he went in to see John Hans, the president of Stanford, a little old man with white hair, who used to be in the tea industry. This was the first impression Zhou had of the president. He looked a bit old, and in fact, he was indeed a certain age. He didn't know if he should dye his black and white hair. It would look much better if it was all black. Maybe scholars think that the older you are, the more popular you are. Zhou looked at the president and secretly criticized him. "Hello, Mr. President." Zhou walked a few steps after entering and said to the old man. John Hans was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately reacted and said to Zhou with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Zhou, please sit down. Would you like something to drink?" He looked at the young man in front of him and asked gently, "I didn't expect that Asians could be so artistic and strong, with a slender body, streamlined muscles, a firm face, and a handsome feeling." Zhou talked to the principal for a few words. John Hans was very frank about Stanford's difficulties and also hinted to him that this matter was basically caused by him and the school was almost a false accusation. The situation is very simple now. First, take the exam. After the difficulty, I hope he really has a certain foundation as he said. Otherwise, Stanford will have to defend himself under the influence of the media. I hope you get good grades. After the principal talked to Zhou, he shook hands with him and said. Zhou smiled lightly and said, "Yes, I have confidence in myself." As he was about to walk out, he suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, I remember that Stanford has a monument engraved with outstanding alumni. I hope I can be on the honor list one day." Although the words were humble, they were full of confidence. Looking at this confident young man, John Hans liked him very much. He lightly tapped Zhou's right hand and said, "If there is such a day, I hope to engrave it for you personally. Then I'd like to say thank you in advance. I have no problem with publishing the test papers. You can announce them after you finish marking the papers. But I hope I will be the first person to know the results." Zhou waved his hand and walked away half speaking. "No problem. I hope the exam goes well." Although Zhou had already walked out, John Hans still spoke in his direction. A very interesting young man. If it weren't for the pressure of public opinion, John Hans felt that, even if he was specially recruited into Stanford, he would have no problem. But that was all in the past. Now it all depends on his grades. Although the school is awesome, for the sake of reputation, the test questions have increased the difficulty a little compared to the original simple questions. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 472, Examination Part 2. At least it won't give people the feeling that Stanford is just fooling around, but is seriously testing Zhou performance. This also made Zhou really suffer from the disaster of delusion. Although there are no reporters outside here, the student reporters of the school newspaper are still taking pictures. Sister, it's really unlucky. Don't disturb my mood for the exam. The school newspaper reporter with glasses over there is really ordinary looking. It's really sorry. Zhou has that special thought in his mind. It is estimated that, even if he takes off all his clothes on the bed, he won't have an erection. The exam is divided into 2 days. Originally, Stanford would definitely take a week, take 1 day and rest 1 day or 2 days. But Zhou was too lazy and thought that it would be troublesome to finish the exam as soon as possible. If this matter drags on, the outside media will report it in a different way. The school agreed with his insistence, so Zhou probably had to take several subjects at the same time in 1 day. The first subjects that came up were the basic science subjects, and the later ones gradually went deeper. Some physics and chemistry were all needed in biology, and were also required items. In the US, divergent thinking and answers are advantageous. Although standard answers can get high scores, they will give people the impression of rote learning. Zhou can't care about anything. He memorizes a lot of books. If it weren't for the time acceleration in the space, the 10 times of time would provide him with time to think and recall slowly. With that little exam time, expect him to memorize the books and apply them to these test questions? It's a joke. If he is really that good, what kind of school would he come to? He still chose a famous school. He could find a random school to get a doctorate degree and slowly write research papers, and he would still be famous. It's his fault that he didn't think of it at the beginning, and he is not that awesome. He still has to learn some knowledge systematically and use the knowledge in his mind. After the exam started, he sent questions to the little fairies in the space. Although several computers cannot be connected to the internet, the high-end computer he bought has almost swept through them all, and dozens of necessary and unnecessary knowledge are stored in it. After adding smart search and classification, he could find whatever he wanted, which was the highest level of cheating. Soon the goblins finished the test paper. Zhou made a copy in his mind first, and then compared it with the answers made by the goblins. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. This good memory is really not related to wisdom. Zhou, who has almost the standard answer, really writes like a god. Some multiple choice questions were written so smoothly. He looked at each question for a few seconds, waited for 3 seconds, and then filled in the answer. When it came to questions that require divergent thinking, he would not write as stiffly as before with the standard answer. He said a few more words about random things, which was also very thoughtful. At least several teachers in the teacher examination group looked at him differently. He is really a person with real talent and knowledge. It seems that he has studied seriously at home. Some knowledge points are the latest. If you don't pay attention to this aspect, you can only fill in the standard answers for these current affairs questions. When Zhou was taking the third subject, the principal came to the teacher's room, along with several school newspaper reporters. He looked at Zhou, who was writing furiously, and shook his head. Our Stanford practice is like the Chinese universities, with a lot of questions for the exam. The leader of the question setting group standing next to him shook his head and said, "Principal, although compared to relying on the usual accumulation of credits and some test scores to certify grades, this kind of question C method of certifying grades is a bit rigid and lacks creativity. But it is definitely a good way to test a person's basic knowledge accumulation." John Hans was silent for a while and nodded. He has been engaged in education for so many years, and he has actually studied the education methods of higher education institutions in various countries. Chinese students are famous for their strong performance in exams, which is also related to their education since childhood. Although the United States also pays attention to grades, hands-on ability and creativity are also indispensable. How is he? John Hans asked the question he was most concerned about. The team leader smiled at the principal and said, "Great young man, he has accumulated enough knowledge." But when he said this, his expression was a little strange, and he said, "But in some places, we can see that he lacks systematic knowledge education, and his creativity is a little strange. Some are a little too stiff, and some are too much. It seems that he is integrating some things from the West under the traditional Eastern education, or releasing his own creativity." John Hans was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, this kid didn't brag. He is really a real person. Okay, if that's the case, then that's the best result. He patted the puzzled head of the question setting team and said, "Man, you don't need to doubt his creativity. You can imagine that he can gain a seat on the board of directors of companies like Apple and Facebook that need creativity at this moment. He can't do it just by having money." Oh, a face full of doubts. Last time when I had dinner with Sergey, I heard him say that the effect of this guy joining the company was completely beyond the board's expectations. He said that in terms of creativity, this guy could become a figure in the company second only to Jobs. In the company's product development, he has put forward many humanized and Apple-friendly suggestions, some of which are even suitable for Google. It's a pity that he can't bring these back to Google. He was quite regretful at the time. John Hans said to him with emotion. Zhou didn't pay attention to the two people's feelings about him. Now he has done these questions by himself, and then compared them with the ones done by the goblins, to compare how much ability he has. Although the conclusions he came up with are a bit unsatisfactory, he believes that, as long as he is given a little more time, it will only be a matter of time before he can use his brain in the future. Why do I feel that my answer to this question is the correct answer? Seeing that the answer was different from his own, Zhou did not blindly believe the answer made by the goblins with the computer. Instead, he argued it over and over in his mind, and then compared the data in the computer in the space, and then wrote down the answer he thought. It seemed that a long time had passed in his mind, but in fact, it was just that his mind was immersed in the space. His body outside still maintained the original thinking posture, and his mind was directing the little goblin to do this and that in the space. With the help of the different speed of time flow, he completely used 10 times the time of ordinary people to do their test questions. Fast update pure text chapter 473. Results are out. At Stanford University in California, a group of students gathered on a lawn in the school. Several of them were chatting about something, but their expressions were not very focused. They turned their heads from time to time to see if the person they were looking forward to had arrived. However, no one here felt strange, because most people in the room did the same. "Here they come." Suddenly a black man with a white frame shouted, "Let me see. Let me see." A slightly fat girl with freckles next to her stood up and said to the black man. The black man immediately said unhappily, "Julia, can't you see it over there? Why do you insist on seeing it from my position?" Julia blushed and said shyly, "I'm sorry, I was too anxious just now. When I get anxious, I feel like my body is not my own. I'm so sorry." She quickly apologized to her classmates. "Okay, stop chatting. John has brought the test questions. Everyone pick one you like and try it out to see what kind of questions our school will give to that rich man," said another girl wearing glasses. "Ah, the test paper is here. Let's try it." The two of them stopped talking immediately, grabbed a copy and spread it out to take a look. There were already many people in the school like them, holding a copy of the same test paper as Zhou, writing furiously on the test paper in the lawn, dormitory, or group activity center. "Let's see if our academic group can get full marks today. Everyone who wants to participate in the event, please take your place quickly. We will also carry out it on time. The time is the same as that of the rich man." A certain academic research group in Stanford, commonly known as the academic group, in Stanford, it is the international academic group. Suddenly, is it high-end and classy? In short, it is the academic group, who want to try how much smarter they are than Zhou. Why is this kid now a billionaire, while they are just a group of passers-by in the school? The 2 days passed quickly. After Zhou went back to the hotel to sleep, he took the exam the next day. And some Stanford students also followed his test questions. On the third day, the school announced Zhou's results. It immediately caused an uproar, and the reporters were talking about it. They didn't expect that this Asian boy was actually a promising person. Mizi came over the day after Zhao Jixi came to Stanford. She went to help him take care of the house near Stanford College 2 days ago, and arranged a nanny to take care of it. Looking at the boss lying on the sofa playing Need for Speed, Mizi wondered if he was not nervous at all. So she walked over and reported the matter first and then said, "Boss, your results are out." Zhao Jixi was still concentrating on the game on the LCD screen, but he said, "Well, it's out. How did you do in the exam?" "Oh, boss, are you saying that you care about it or not?" Mizi was really a little confused. If Zhao Jixi's grades were not very good, she would have suspected that her boss came to Stanford just to pretend. But the facts are often unexpected. Zhao Jixi is really here to pretend. Although she couldn't understand her boss's realm, Mizi still reported his results honestly and added a congratulations after touching it. Yeah, got it. Go get me a cup of Coke. My mouth is a little thirsty." Zhao Jixi still didn't turn his head back, and the two cars were fighting fiercely now. How could he care about the result that he had already guessed a long time ago, even if it was a little different from what he guessed, but the difference was not much. Damn, who made this game? Is it so difficult? I should have downloaded a patch first. Zhao Jixi finished the game, threw away the game controller a little unhappy, and muttered to himself. On the third day, the news that he was admitted to Stanford broke out on the internet at night, and the link also included the test questions and Zhao Jixi's test paper answers. Immediately, many people began to compare Zhao Jixi's answers. The test questions that Stanford gave him 2 days ago had been exposed on the internet. It was just that it was not as popular as it is now. Now, because of his answers in the previous test questions, many people on the internet have started to try to see how many points they can get. In the end, they came to the same conclusion as the academic team at Stanford. Zhao Jixi is indeed a very awesome guy. He got into Stanford entirely because of his ability. Although it was a small matter, people from several companies also called to congratulate him. There are also those California senators and congressmen, as well as working government office staff. They also asked their secretaries to write down his affairs. When Zhao Jixi really got into Stanford, they reminded him to call to congratulate him. If he didn't get in, they would also call to comfort him. He had already asked someone to draft 2 copies of the speech, and he guaranteed that Zhao Jixi would think that he was a good friend who was serious and humorous, and a politician worthy of trust and investment. It can also leave a little impression on Zhao Jixi at a critical moment. When the two talk about their personal relationship in the future, this will be a strong stroke. After a senator who was close to JC Chou finished a meeting, his secretary was looking up his next schedule, which needed to be confirmed first. She checked online and found that JC Chou's results had come out and immediately reported it to her boss. During the period, she also looked at the difficulty of the test paper. You have to know that her boss, Senator, has specially developed a personal relationship with JC Chou, which took a long time. In order to grasp this new age rich man in the United States, he had to put a lot of effort in this aspect. The secretary quickly walked in and said to her, "Mr. Jack, Mr. Chou's results have come out." Senator Jack, who was reading the documents, looked up and said, "Oh, how did he do in the exam?" "Great results." Most of the students in Stanford School ranked behind him in the self-test. Although Asians are known as the kings of exams, several instructors have highly praised him. His results are not only reflected in the rigid answers, but his creativity is also worth mentioning. The secretary also said with a little admiration, "Yeah." He raised his hand to look at his watch, took out his iPhone, and called JC Chou. "It seems I have to congratulate my friend." He took out the draft prepared by his staff and read it again. His tone was neither too friendly nor too distant, and it showed that he was very happy to have Zhao Jixi as a friend. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 474 Brotherhood. This American politician is really professional. Not only his acting skills, when they meet each other normally, they can win an Oscar. Even the phone routine can almost win a Best Voice Ever award. "Hey, Zhao, my friend, congratulations on your good results." Zhao Jixi was playing games when he received a call from the fourth politician. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fuck, are these politicians so free that they choose this time to call? He complained in his heart, but he still told Senator Jack what he had just said to the other people. He said it very enthusiastically. He complained, but he still enjoyed the feeling of being the center. In just one day, Zhou received several calls in a row, and the number of fans on his current Facebook account and Twitter also increased a lot because of several news. In addition, Justin Bieber even sent a message to him to congratulate him on his admission to his ideal school. A photo of the two of them was also attached. They looked handsome and full of exotic atmosphere, which made the female fans who like Bieber excited. So handsome. He looks like a very elegant man. A fan forwarded the comment and said, "The two of them look like this, Jess, and I feel that he is even more handsome. Oh my god, my male god is just in." A bunch of crazy fans also made Zhou a little excited, but after looking at the photos of a few crazy fans, Zhou's expectations seemed to collapse because there are really not many beauties. Fortunately, there is a high number to look forward to. After Zhou looked at the photos of a few more people, his mood was restored a little bit. Next, he started to study at Stanford formally. He arranged some chores first, and then took elective courses and accumulated credits. In general, his days at Stanford are quite comfortable. Now that school has started for a few months, Zhou came at this time, and there are not many transfers. And transfer students like him are even rarer. Zhou didn't plan to live in the dormitory assigned by the school. The first thing he considered was the villas of various fraternities. That place is obviously much better than the dormitory in the school, and there is no comparison in terms of organizing activities and playing. Recently, he has become a well-known figure in Stanford. There are always one or two people who know him when they walk out of the school. Among them, there are many people who want to get some investment from him. After all, in addition to being a student, he is also a billionaire, and most importantly, he is an angel investor. Behind him is an investment company managed by William. Although he has not invested in any large projects, William has made a lot of small investments during this period. The time is still short and there is no big result, but he has made a lot of small investments of hundreds of thousands of yuan. Just on software and some mobile applications, a lot of money has been spent. Some of them are now popular on mobile platforms. After some operations, the founder sells the company, and Zhou's company can make a lot of money. In school, although Zhou feels that he should do more learning, he can't treat himself badly. How can a billionaire let him study seriously? When Zhou was going to Stanford, he had already told his friends. The best people in the circle really want to be graduates from Stanford and study at Stanford with their brothers and sisters. Among them, there are several fraternities in the school. Zhou was very popular to join the fraternity called Holy Land. This is a fraternity organization with more than 50 years of history in Stanford, although it is not as good as some fraternities with a long history of hundreds or decades. But he also has almost half of Stanford's history. The Holy Land Brotherhood was originally a fraternity composed of several descendants of excluded immigrants. It advocates the diversity of ethnic groups. Two of the co-founders at the beginning are Chinese, and the others include European whites, Africans, Asians, etc. This fraternity is relatively famous in Stanford. Although the Stanford student group is very diverse, 41% of them are whites and a large number of international students from other countries. But Stanford still has a very common phenomenon of racial autism. They advocated racial-themed dormitories, but they didn't try to solve this problem. The problem of rows of white houses and black apartments being isolated from each other became increasingly complicated. When Zhou watched it, he found that reality was quite different from the universities in American movies. At least the racial conflicts in universities in movies would never be performed like this. The Holy Land is a multi-ethnic dormitory. Although other ideas have changed a lot due to different times, the original theme of diversity has not changed. In fact, Zhou learned that fraternities are a kind of social organization established by American college students. The name of each fraternity is represented by several different Greek letters, and each has its own different charters and purposes. In order to join a fraternity, in addition to being introduced by members, you must also accept various different types of assessments. For example, do 100 push-ups, jump from the bridge into the lake in autumn, carry a bag of 100 to 200 kilograms prepared by the fraternity in advance, and go around the lake within the specified time, etc. However, some fraternities use some extraordinary projects, such as streaking and stealing underwear, to test the loyalty of the members. In addition, some fraternities have specific requirements for members' academic performance, GPA. After passing the assessment, the fraternity members will choose a day to hold an initiation ceremony for the new members in special attire, such as medieval knight armor, and then designate a member with more seniority than him as the big brother. This big brother must act like a big brother, treat him to a meal, or give him a gift. Fraternities will inevitably hold parties on weekends to vent the intense study pressure of the week. But this is not their only activity. For example, they stipulate that you must wear a suit and tie to enter the classroom on the same day every week. And they will also organize some community service and charity activities. Joining a fraternity can establish a relatively wide network of contacts. Not only can you help each other in study, but you can also get recommendations from brothers and seniors when looking for jobs in the future. Chapter 475, Membership Test. Because once you become a member of a fraternity, you have to take care of each other. According to records, the earliest fraternity in North America was founded in 1750 at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. After more than 200 years of development, this system now has more than 7,000 chapters in more than 900 universities in the United States and Canada. Many presidents in American history have been members of fraternities, and many CEOs of large companies are also members of them. From this point of view, fraternities are indeed a culture of American college students. Of course, when young people get together, some unexpected, absurd, or even illegal things may happen. At that time, American laws will play a role without mercy. Zhou also wants to better integrate into the local society, so joining a fraternity during college is a better choice. Another point is that he wants to have a good time, and a fraternity where young people gather is a good choice. Moreover, many American celebrities have more or less participated in fraternities or sororities when they were young. The most famous example is of course former US President George Bush Jr. However, in fact, the so-called fraternity is indeed a club for children from wealthy families with prominent status or good family economic conditions. At least, the annual membership fee paid to the fraternity is an expensive expense for ordinary students. Moreover, the activities and parties held by the fraternity do not require a lot of money. Therefore, even for most international students, it is not an easy club to afford. But on the other hand, if your family's economic situation is good enough, and you are ambitious, and want to further expand your network, joining a club such as a fraternity is not a bad idea. Although some avant-garde styles may have some negative effects during the student days, the value of the huge social network formed after these people graduate one by one is self-evident. If you hope to develop in the United States for a long time in the future, or hope to have an international career, these relationships will be of great help. You should know that the membership system of fraternities is usually lifelong, and similarly, the friends you meet in them will play a decisive role in all aspects of your social life, whether in work, lawsuits, business, etc. This is also the reason why Zhou wants to join him. Not only is there a need, but he also likes it. Although it is free, the lifelong system is not a joke. In the future, if everyone talks about the same fraternity, the effect is self-evident. Zhou has several recommenders, and his identity also meets the requirements of the street fraternity. So as long as he goes through the traditional test, he can make an alliance and become a formal member of the fraternity. Because the first batch of newcomers at the beginning of the school have been approved, and a few are still under review, and Zhou, the newcomer, is now a big brother appointed by the club, and he is also reviewed with this group of people. After all, he is a person of high status, and everyone has to give him some face, even if they are seniors in the club. Compared with these people, his joining is much simpler. After all, in the vote of the street fraternity, those who agree to his joining already have an absolute advantage, and there is no need to conduct a long test and review when the vote fails. In Stanford College, Zhou was walking on the road with two people. He said to the handsome blonde man next to him. Jenny, you said you have been reviewing for almost a semester? You were given the last task today. Jenny nodded excitedly. Yes, I hesitated when I was doing the first task, so I didn't get the majority vote of the street fraternity members at that time, and missed the first chance to join. Today I finally got the second chance. Well, Zhou couldn't understand this kind of thing. This is the difference in culture. In his opinion, Jenny is also a child from a wealthy family. As for joining a student organization, why would he spend so much effort? But now it seems that he is really willing. After thinking about it, he asked a Japanese man next to him, Tom, what about you? Although Zhou didn't like that this guy was a descendant of a little devil, he was already a third generation immigrant and his relationship with those little devils was really weak. In addition, this kid is really good at being a man. He respects Zhou in every way. This is the third little brother he has accepted at Stanford. Compared to the first two, this kid is the most sensible. Tom is already a very common name. His parents were really shameless and followed the trend to give him such a name. Tom Tanaka smiled bitterly. Boss, I'm the same, but I'm unlucky. Something happened on that day, and I failed the assessment of the fraternity. Well, looking at your appearance, I know it is not a good thing. Then he patted Tom on the shoulder. Do a good job today. This is your last chance. I'm optimistic about you. Tom looked at Zhou with a bitter smile. Boss, I think you are definitely the easiest to complete this project. It seems that Jenny and I still need some time. Yes, boss, it seems that having a good face is worthy of envy by both men and women. Jenny also interrupted. Haha. Zhou ignored the two miserable people and smiled proudly. This is natural. You really can't envy it. But you can consider exercising your body. Zhou looked at the two people and said, look at your physique, go to the gym more often, and you only have such little muscles. It looks really unattractive to women. Boss, don't attack us anymore. The two looked at Zhou with resentment. Zhou saw that there were many people coming and going here, so he said to the two people, okay, hurry up and do things. He gestured to several people in the distance, and they dispersed everywhere, pretending to be doing something, but in fact everyone was filming with a camera. Okay, take out the banners quickly, each of you take one, whoever reaches 100 first will complete the task. Zhou looked at them seriously and said, remember to count the number yourself, the brothers filming over there won't tell you. Okay, boss. Jenny and Tom responded loudly. But here's a tip for you. When you can't attract people, you can consider taking the initiative. Zhou smiled and looked at the two people who were still looking bitter. It's really simple to ask for a kiss. One of you is asking for a breast touch, and one of you succeeded in both, so it counts as 2 times. So work hard, guys. Yeah. The two nodded with a slightly red face. Be happy. A smile will help you impress the ladies and let them give you a kiss. Then, the two took off their coats a little embarrassedly, revealing the words written in English letters inside. Can I get a kiss? Was written on the front of the chest, and there was another line on the back that said come on. Kiss me. The banner was even simpler. Tom was afraid that he couldn't get enough people, so he just went for it, and wrote on it, come on if you want to kiss me, both men and women. The brotherhood is still very humane in this regard. As long as you can get or receive men, it will count as your set number. Jenny still has some confidence in himself, thinking that as long as he has women, he can get enough women for his mission. If you are lucky, you can get 2 points from a woman who agrees to touch her breasts. In addition, he thinks he is good at speaking, so he might be able to get 2 points by making up a good excuse. So his banner is simple. Madam, give me a kiss. In addition to the women in the school, there are also many tourists in the place where they stand. These are what they need. Each person has 100 people, which can be divided into several days, but the repetitions do not count, and the number will increase by 10% every day. The task time is 5 days. If you really can't complete it in the end, there is no way. Just accept and wait for the next assessment. Or the fraternity members vote and directly take back the assessment opportunity given to you, because you are really too bad. You didn't pass it twice or 3 times, and trash is definitely not a necessity. People walking around suddenly noticed something strange and looked over. The men were immediately surprised, and some women laughed and said a few words to their friends next to them. Some looked around with interest, and some directly and boldly began to examine the two of them. Of course, because of Tom's banner, many male compatriots also saluted him. Some of them even looked at him. Zhou guessed that people would not wonder if Tom was a gypsum. Unexpectedly, a cheerful woman soon came over with a smile and looked at Jenny. The girl looked at him and asked, "Where do you want me to kiss?" He was off to a good start and immediately released a smile on his face. "Hey, beautiful, thank you. Any place on my face you want to kiss, you can." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl kissed Jenny's right cheek. At the end, she whispered in his ear, "Your car looks like my boyfriend, although he is a jerk." Jenny's performance instantly made the fraternity members who were filming from a distance envious. "I didn't expect that this test would be a good job. Jess's idea was really great, but why did it look so much like a welfare? Did he abuse his power for personal gain?" However, this idea was instantly shattered when he saw Tom and Jenna's second kiss. Chapter 476, Above Board. A man walked over and kissed Tom, and then walked away in style, while the boy was still in a daze. Jenny was unlucky enough to run into an auntie who was traveling. She looked a bit like a middle-aged bohemian woman. Her figure and face really looked like she was definitely not sexy. She kissed Jenny with a loud pop. Zhou felt the surroundings quiet for a moment, and then a burst of laughter broke out instantly. Of course, this only refers to the people on the arm, especially those who were filming with Zhou. They laughed the most, but they didn't laugh in their direction, but covered their mouths to laugh secretly. Otherwise, the big woman would see it, and Zhou would probably enjoy the tenderness of the auntie. The two of them felt a little sad, but they still smiled enthusiastically on their faces. After all, today's task was not easy. If you look disgusted, you don't need to think about the people behind you. Tom, the descendant of the little devil, reacted quickly and politely shouted to the man, "Thank you." Then Jenny also smiled and said to the fat woman, "Thank you for your kiss, it's very gentle." The aunt also smiled happily and waved back to our young man Jenny. The most hilarious thing is that the aunt also gestured a phone call to Jenny, and the boy took a step back in fear. Haha. The aunt laughed even more happily, and the people around also laughed happily. "Hey, Jenny. It seems that you have a date tonight. We can actually adjust the time of joining the club a little later. Otherwise, you missed such a wonderful night, which is a pity." Zhou also teased. "Yeah, Jenny." The little devil also echoed. "Head." Jenny shouted depressedly, and then raised his middle finger. "You should take care of yourself first. I believe you will be more fun than me later," Jenny said to Tom. He just saw that when Tom was talking to the man, several men over there seemed to be some movement, and several of them wanted to come forward. "Look, these men are walking towards him." "What?" Tom was a little puzzled. Then, he turned around and saw several men, and then, of course there would be more. After that, several men gave him a hug and kissed him hard on the face. They left with laughter and a little reluctance, leaving Tom with a forced smile and an expression, as if he had been blown by a storm, or was forced to do it. Zhou was laughing so hard not far away, that he couldn't laugh anymore, and the person taking pictures next to him laughed so hard, that his stomach hurt, but he had to endure it so as not to attract too many people's attention. Fortunately, the luck of the two people was not too bad afterwards. Several people passed by one, and there were really a few good-looking girls. Jenny is a guy with a pretty face and good luck. He is much better than Tom in terms of luck with women. The beautiful girl left many marks on his face. Zhou saw that the two of them were almost there, so he planned to change his position to do his own task. He motioned to a brother who was clapping his hands to walk with him to another place with more traffic. He also took off his coat, revealing the same clothes with words written on them. "Beautiful ladies, who can give me a soft kiss?" Zhou didn't want to stay here for too long, so he decided to take the initiative and shouted at several girls who seemed to be sightseeing. Several girls looked very fashionable in their clothes. Bold and open is the label of Western society in the eyes of Orientals. Just like this kind of kissing activities, Zhou only needs to make up a reason, and there will definitely be many people who come up to give you one. because even if it is a ceremonial kiss, it's nothing. It's not like you have to kiss your tongue. Just a light kiss on the face, or a little bit more out of line is the lips. Several girls came towards Zhao Jixi with interest. A blonde girl looked at him. Are you talking about us? Zhao Jixi nodded affirmatively, looking at the three girls who were shy, but a little curious, and looked very amused. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he propose such an activity and let himself suffer first? Of course. Zhao Jixi said happily to the girls, I'm completing a task and hope to get your help. A girl took off her sunglasses. Zhao Jixi felt very pleasing to the eye with her wheat-colored skin and delicate face. The girl looked at him with interest. Oh, what is the task? Is it this? She pointed her finger at Zhao Jixi's chest. Zhao Jixi looked down at his slogan. Yes, beautiful girl, you succeeded. It's a pity that there is no reward, but if you think it's okay, I can give you a kiss. Haha. After the girl looked at Zhao Jixi, she smiled happily and said, sure. Then she turned to the two girls beside her. What do you think? The chestnut-haired girl said indifferently, I have no problem. Another golden-haired girl, who was still licking her tongue at Jay Chou, also said, you know, I just can't bear to reject a handsome guy. Okay. After the girl asked her companions, she turned around and stood on tiptoe to kiss Jay Chou on the lips. Thank you. Jay Chou gave her a hug and then kissed her back. He couldn't figure out who was taking advantage now. It could be him, or it could be them, who knows? Anyway, it's good to be happy this time. When you get old. Looking back, when they were traveling in a foreign place, they encountered such an interesting thing, so they did it. It was a very happy experience. In the future, they can regard it as a beautiful memory in their lives. The golden girl still looked a little chubby, but looking at the delicate facial features, Jay Chou felt that it was really unique. It was a kind of plump beauty. Hey, handsome. Zhao Jixi kissed her back as usual, and whispered in her ear, you are such a charming woman. The girl happily pinched Zhao Jixi's butt from behind. Very elastic handsome boy. Zhao Jixi said seriously, of course. Haha. The girl laughed at his humor. Zhao Jixi felt that there seemed to be one more thing they could do, but now he would try it on the girl. After all, she looked easier to conquer. There is one more little thing. What do you think? The girl looked at Zhao Jixi strangely. Are you serious? Of course, my hands are specially blessed. I can guess the accurate data and the truth just by touching it. Zhao Jixi said righteously. The girl looked at him hesitantly, then looked at Zhao Jixi's hand, and after thinking for a while, she made up her mind and said, okay, you try it. She puffed out her chest as she spoke. I hope you can guess it right. After getting the girl's consent, Zhao Jixi squeezed his hands a little nervously. Looking at the girl in front of him, he felt a little guilty about his new method. Forget it, I can't care. The words have been said, and this test was proposed by me, so I have to do it perfectly. After making up his mind, Zhao Jixi stretched out his hands to the girl's chest, touched it first, and then looked a little doubtful. With both hands on the sides of the breasts, he squeezed them first, then moved to the middle, and pinched them through the bra. The brother who was filming saw Zhao Jixi kiss the girl, and now he started to play with the girl's breasts. He looked at Zhao Jixi with envy and admiration. You are so attractive to women. These few words can actually fool the girls. The companions of the two girls were also scared by Zhao Jixi's action, but when they saw that their friend had no objection, they cooperated by straightening their chests. The two of them started to walk forward with a lot of questions in their minds. Then they heard he. With a laugh, Zhao Jixi said to the girl, oh, 33. The girl looked at Zhao Jixi in surprise. Oh my god. Then she lowered her head to look at her chest, looked up at Zhao Jixi and said, bingo, you guessed it right. The girl looked at her two companions, and didn't let them speak first. Oh my god, do you know, this boy said that his hands were blessed by some god. Although I don't know what the use is, he can guess our size just by touching it. The three of them chatted for a few words, and Zhao Jixi took the time to see the cameraman, and gave him a thumbs up. Zhao Jixi gave him a must look. Then Zhao Jixi not only kissed the other girl, but also tested the breasts of both of them. 36E. Affirmative words came out of his mouth. The girl was surprised. Wow, it's amazing, you guessed it right again. Then the trend started on Jay Chou's side. After being promoted by several people, the meaning people here now is different from what it was at the beginning. Jay Chou's hand has become a ritual that can make people get blessings. As long as he can guess the size of your breasts, and guess correctly, you have to offer a reward, which is written on his clothes. Jay Chou is very lucky. Because of this technology, it seems that he will not encounter the fate of inviting men here, unless he encounters Thai products, and those men who are shameless to a certain level also come to let him test their breasts. Jay Chou definitely did not touch them at that time, but directly grabbed those two little dots, and stretched them well. Chapter 477 joined. 36, 32, 36 Zhou Jixi touched, and kissed them one by one, feeling very happy. When he saw the big breasts in front of him, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He touched them with his hands shaking a little. They were so soft, big and fierce. Fuck. 33. They are really breasts and weapons. The girl didn't understand Chinese, but when she saw Zhou Jixi's look, she knew that he was shocked by her pride. Although these two guys were a bit of a burden and trouble, she was still very happy when she saw the envious eyes of others. The noise Zhou Jixi made had spread throughout the campus, and the members of the fraternity had also received the news. The freshmen in the first and second grades were all sighing, and they really deserved to be the brother who joined the fraternity with so many seniors. He was really awesome. Look at what he is doing now. Wow, he is not so awesome, even when he holds a party. Most of the fraternity members came together, and a few people formed a small group to form the Holy Land Brotherhood in the school. Several fraternities and sororities that have good friendships with the Holy Land also came to see the excitement. The free people in the school also came together to see the excitement, but the sororities came, and they had a good relationship with the Holy Land, and were also very influential student organizations in the school. They even joined Zhou Jixi's touching breasts, and he immediately became popular. The girls came forward to ask for touching breasts, and some even asked Zhou Jixi to touch them, saying that they wanted to get close contact and blessings. Zhou Jixi was a little hesitant under the laughter of the fraternity members, but the girl quickly took off her underwear and took out a black lace bra from her coat. The men immediately whistled and looked at Zhou Jixi with encouragement. The girls also shouted lively, and he felt that he couldn't do it without grinding. Zhou Jixi rubbed his hands and reached into the girl's clothes. He put his palms on her breasts and touched the two bulges. The smooth and textured touch stimulated Zhou Jixi to pinch a few more times. Then he reluctantly took out his hand and reported the size of the girl's breasts, and then received a sweet kiss. The activity continued here. Zhou Jixi no longer said that he would complete the number of 100. Now the members of the fraternity wanted to see how many pairs of breasts he could touch. According to a member, this item must be taken out for the next assessment. It really feels great. The other members around also nodded in agreement. In the evening, Zhou Jixi completed the task with the touch of 343 women's breasts, and obtained the qualification to officially join the fraternity. Looking at the 20 or so small notes in his pocket, Zhou Jixi couldn't tell who was who anyway, but with a space and the little fairy, he could still check according to the name. When he was free, it would be nice to ask the girls out to play together. Amid the envy and jealousy of his brothers, Zhou Jixi put away the small notes. He didn't want to spend his days chatting in school. If he did a better job in the future, he might have more than 20 sex partners. The two younger brothers finally got enough people to live with, thanks to the combination of men and women. At night, the three of them changed into the initiation robes brought by the fraternity. They wore a grey fabric, but a very gorgeous and low-key robe, which was the kind of clothes worn by wizards and medieval monks. There were some silver patterns on both sides of the sleeves, an unknown animal head was embroidered on the front of the hat, some gold patterns on the collar, and silver patterns intertwined with gold from the buttons down. There were also some patterns under the robe, but this dress looked very low-key in the absence of light. But as long as there was candlelight, light or sunlight, it looked very gorgeous and mysterious. This was the robe that a fraternity member from the design department proposed to improve 8 years ago. At that time, this proposal was agreed by the headquarters and branch members of the Shriners. So the fraternity robe, which had been improved 3 times, was improved for the 4th time. The original 3 robes became the collection of the old members of the fraternity. Each one is unique and has the name of the fraternity members written on it. There are many seniors who have graduated from the fraternity for more than 50 years, but the fraternity is not short of money. Every year, there is a large amount of fraternity dues income. In addition to using the money to arrange some activities of the fraternity and buy insurance to prevent members from doing anything that causes the safety of others during the membership assessment. Even if something happens, the fraternity members and the person in charge will never be implicated. This kind of insurance and the organization that serves the fraternity are the expenses of this money, and there are also charity activities. The seniors who graduated from outside don't want the fraternity they were young to have a bad reputation, which will also affect them. And a good reputation will of course have benefits, so there will be a lot of money in the fraternity every year. These gorgeous clothes don't need to be paid by the members at all, as long as the annual dues are paid. The clothes and other things are all small, so most of the people who join the fraternity with a long history in the United States are the social elites and children of wealthy families. Otherwise, the membership fee is not something that ordinary people can afford. After Zhou and the other 2 put on the clothes, they looked at themselves in the mirror again and again. They really wanted to take a photo, but when they thought of the confidentiality procedures in the fraternity, they felt that they should forget it. When he joined the fraternity, he didn't go through that kind of brutal intensive recitation. If he couldn't recite the rules of the fraternity, he would basically have to go to the toilet. There must be some special care. The old members are basically on Zhou's side, and the new members dare not speak casually to offend people. In addition, Zhou didn't do anything too much, so they also did what they should have. Along with the clothes, there was also a badge. The abbreviation of the Shriners is Street. It is a golden shield-shaped base with a badge with a blue gem inside. There is also a silver pattern next to it, which is very similar to the one on the robe. The badge was made very delicately, using real gold, and the sapphires inlaid were also real. The name of the owner of the badge was engraved on the back. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Zhou and the other 2, led by the fraternity members, came to the basement of the Shriner's own dormitory building. The fraternity has 3 basements. The first 2 are the cover and the basements used for daily activities. The bottom 3rd floor is the most important basement, which is only opened when special activities and initiation ceremonies are held. American fraternities are all mysterious. Zhou and the other 2 lit a candle, put on robes, and covered their hats and walked behind. The atmosphere is quite mysterious. Zhou secretly complained in his heart, but as the corridor and the stairs were standing on both sides, there was a fraternity member lighting a candle. Although the face of the covered hat could not be seen, he also felt a mysterious atmosphere. The candlelight was long and erratic because of walking. He opened the first basement, walked down, and walked to the second basement. No one spoke along the way. When they reached the 3rd floor, at the intersection, Zhou could hear someone mumbling something. Those standing here were all old members. The first 2 floors were all new members. After these people graduated, the people below would come here to fill in. This cycle continued. If you count carefully, it has been more than 50 years. Zhou couldn't quite understand what they were saying. The speed of speech was a bit fast, and it didn't seem like modern English. But he still understood a few words in general, such as brothers, mutual assistance, unity, love and so on. Zhou and the other 2 followed the guide in the candlelight of the brothers on both sides and walked down. The stairs to the 3rd floor were a bit long, indicating that it was quite deep below. It was not until they walked down that they saw that it was not deep below, but the top of the 3rd floor was very high. Several pillars stood in it to support this basement. From here, Zhou could know that as the headquarters of the Shriners, it was indeed very rich. This place was not used a few times a year, but it was still built so well. He could only say it was amazing. As they talked along the way, they could hear the words of others, mysterious language, and mysterious atmosphere. The team of elites, the gathering place of rich people. Just these few points, it is really attractive to young people. No wonder so many people like to join a fraternity in college. Then Zhou and others followed to complete the initiation ceremony. After the fraternity members took turns to pat their shoulders to express their blessings. The three of them were considered to have completed the initiation. The ceremony lasted until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Everyone didn't want to go back so quickly. After the initiation was completed, it was a fraternity party. There were no women at this time. It was a complete gathering of men, drinking and playing finger guessing games, etc., until everyone was drunk, or looking for women, to go to their rooms. Zhou was almost drunk, and when he came up from the basement, he saw many brothers, and called his lover or girlfriend. He was a little impatient at this time, walked into the room, and took out the notes that the women had stuffed him in the afternoon. Remember the woman with H-shaped breasts? She also stuffed him a piece. He picked up the phone and called, but after dialing, he regretted it a little. Shouldn't he go to bed at this time? Hey, handsome Dongfang, I've been waiting for you for a while. Your brotherhood ceremony is finally over. The woman answered the phone, and broke his worries. Of course, you know, I'm thinking about you all the time now. Zhou said with a smile. Miss me? What do you miss about me? The woman asked knowingly. This woman. Zhou listened to her, and didn't care about anything, and just went straight to the point. Miss your whole body, and your little nipples. Baby, they are so cute. Then Zhou heard a licking sound, and then the woman with size H breasts said, which room are you in? The one on the far right of the 3rd floor, 0306. Zhou hurriedly spoke after hearing the woman's initiative. Wait for me, Oriental man. Actually, you can call me Jess. Okay, Jess, I'll take someone over. Do you think you can do that? What? Zhou was shocked, and his blood was boiling. How could the man say no at this time? No problem. Fast update pure text. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 478. I'm Godzilla's cousin. The fraternity's dormitory had spent a ridiculous night. In the morning, the sun was blazing wildly, covering the sky, as if it was afraid that no one would not know it was coming. It didn't even want to let go of the tiny gaps, and insisted on getting in. After a night of passion, everyone got up in the morning and tidied up. Although everyone was rich, how could they hire someone to clean their dormitories in a school where people were trained? Wells, the president of the Shriners, didn't play too hard yesterday, so he was able to get up in the morning. He has a good relationship with Zhou, and his brother is one of Zhou's brothers. His father is a congressman, and has a good personal relationship with Zhou. As a smart man, how could he not have a good relationship with Zhou? Wells walked upstairs, and kicked open a female product of underwear or panties. These guys are still playing crazy. He was about to graduate, and he couldn't help but smile inside about the passion when he just joined the fraternity. He walked to JC's dormitory and knocked twice, but there was no response. He tried to turn the handle again, and the door opened with a click. Jess, get up, man. Today is not the time to sleep in. JC was in the room with the H-breasted woman on the bed. Maybe he was too focused, so he didn't notice that the door was open until Wells called him. The woman also heard the sound, but she didn't mean to stop. She used one hand to protect her breasts, but she only covered the two bright red dots of her big little treasure. She looked back at Wells and said to JC, "Didn't you hang your socks outside?" Hanging things outside the door of American university dormitories. Almost everyone who has seen Hollywood movies knows what it means. I forgot yesterday, because of your charm, JC said. Wells also noticed the situation at this time. There was not much light in the room, only the curtains were not drawn very tightly, and some sunlight came in. However, he had seen this situation a lot in the fraternity, so he didn't feel anything special, except that the woman's breasts were quite attractive. He smiled and said to Zhou, "Jess, you look very healthy. I wanted to wake you up, but looking at you like this, it seems that I don't need to call you. My body has always been good." He said that he pushed hard, making the H-breasted woman pout. "Wait for me for half an hour, I'll be out soon." Wells looked at him in a daze and could only say helplessly, "Don't forget about the afternoon." Then he looked at his watch and said, "But as long as you wait and eat faster, we still have plenty of time." "Thanks, man," Zhao Jixi said while exercising. But seeing that Wells didn't seem to be leaving yet, he had some doubts again. Wells looked at him with some doubts. "Jess, do you need another half an hour?" Because at this time, the woman on Zhao Jixi already looked like she was about to climax, and now she didn't want to talk and only moved quickly on him. Zhao Jixi understood at once, but he didn't say anything, just kicked the quilt. Wells saw that there was a girl lying under the quilt of the two people. Just now, because of the problem of light, he didn't notice this, and the beauty above didn't look at it, but looked at the bottom, which is really not the concept of American men. He looked at Zhao Jixi with admiration. "Great. Well, in this case, I'll wait for you in the restaurant. Remember to ask Bobby to get more food. You know how much I eat." Zhao Jixi shouted at him when Wells closed the door. Wells smiled bitterly. "Fuck, Jess. Remember you owe me one." "I will remember it," Zhao Jixi shouted at the right time. But his voice was quickly covered by the woman on him. "Oh my god. Oh my god. Baby, don't stop. My god. I'm coming. I'm coming." The woman shouted with a confused look and a flushed face. Now she didn't cover her big white rabbits anymore. She put her hands into her hair and shouted with an intoxicated look on her face. Her waist and buttocks were constantly moving, and the frequency of her buttocks hitting Zhao Jixi's body became much faster. Finally, Zhao Jixi felt that his little brother was sucked hard for a while, and there was a hot stream in the woman's body, pouring on his little Jixi. The woman below was licking the inside of Zhao Jixi's legs, and there was also a woman who licked the woman's spine from time to time. She couldn't help it now. When the woman was still savoring her breasts, she moved the woman to the side with the help of Zhao Jixi, and then she had the opportunity to sit on little Jixi. "Boy, I'm coming. Let me try your big banana," the woman said with an intoxicated look on her face. "Haha." Zhao Jixi smiled and slapped the woman's buttocks. "No, I'm not a big banana. I'm not an ordinary big dick. Have you heard a song? Oh, then sing it to me, baby. Got it feels great." The woman shook her buttocks and hit Zhao Jixi, twisting her waist to increase the power. Zhao Jixi's little brother was rubbed in the hole and felt comfortable. The right amount of love activities is indeed the best reward for the little brother. However, if you exercise too much, it will definitely be a disaster, just like the last time with Jenny and her gang. He now feels like a nightmare when he thinks about it, and even his little brother has become a little weak. In a critical situation, he instantly forgot the idea in his mind and thought of something else to replace it. Singing. Yes, singing will be much better. "Okay, woman, I'll sing for you." "Hey, woman, do you know Godzilla?" "Yes, that's Godzilla, the big monster. I'm actually its cousin. Did you know that?" "Hey, that weird guy has a big tail on his ass, and I also have a big cock in front of me. That's the one you're riding now." He sang in a rap tune, with vulgar words and straightforward expressions, which finally made his brother, who was a little weak, rise up again. Although he conquered the two women, it was a pity that they couldn't hear them shouting baby and singing conquer, which was a great pity. Zhao Jixi was secretly thinking in his heart whether he should find a Chinese to try next time, or someone who could still speak Chinese, and then ask them to sing conquer. Just like this, "I'm conquered by you. Suck your big brother." Zhao Jixi became more and more excited as he thought about it. A tingling sensation slowly came over him, and he knew that the critical moment had come. He turned over and pressed the woman under him, supporting his body with one hand, and moved quickly from below. After trying to suppress it for a while, the woman couldn't hold it anymore. When she reached her peak, Zhao Jixi didn't suppress it anymore, and released it happily again. He carried the two women to the bathroom to take a shower. He didn't know where he threw the two women's clothes yesterday. The two rolled their eyes at him, and could only do as Zhao Jixi said, and wear his clothes for the time being. However, when they saw the brand name clothes in his closet, they immediately became happy. Zhao Jixi put several autumn styles of brand name clothes in his closet. After he had money, buying clothes became much easier. He would buy a series directly when he walked into the store. After buying them, he would match them according to his mood. The clothes in the closet were specially purchased when he came to Stanford, and many of them were almost into shade. The thickness of this kind of clothes is just right for wearing in California. The clothes of brand name luxury brands are also very tasteful when worn by women. Like the woman named Jun Ji-hyun in the future when she was filming the popular Korean drama My Love from the Star. In fact, many of the clothes are actually men's styles. Who would think they are not suitable for him? If you don't go to the press conference, you will see that the clothes are worn by male and female models, and you really won't think that the clothes are for men or women. The two girls matched their clothes in his closet for a while, and then they showed off in front of the mirror with satisfaction. Wow, this looks great. The big-breasted woman matched her clothes and said happily to the mirror with her chest puffed out. Also, this one of mine. When I watched the press conference, I wanted to get clothes from this brand. They are famous for being suitable for both men and women, said another woman. The two girls are also quite tall, and the surging chests can perfectly support his clothes, which is also a different flavor. Zhou Jixi looked at the two people without bras. Although he had seen them for a long time when they were naked, after putting on clothes, they were still very attractive with a little exposure on the clothes. Looking at the watch, he had deliberately accelerated the time when taking a shower, and now it was time to agree to Wells. So he walked over and hugged the woman. Okay, beautiful ladies, I think we should go eat something. I have paid a lot overnight. The busty woman giggled. Haha. Indeed. Okay, boy, let's go eat something together. Then she said to the woman, let's go. I feel hungry now. Are you ready? I'm ready too. Let's go. When Jay Chow came down, it was a restaurant in the dormitory building. It was a long table. As for how long it was, Jay Chow had never measured it, but it was enough for the brothers to sit every time. When he came, many brothers were already having breakfast. There was a brother who liked cooking and had already made a bunch of food and put it over there. There were also a lot of fruits on the table. This thing was the favorite of the brothers in the dormitory because it was brought by Jay Chow. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 479 American Football. He would bring some from the farm every 2 days. The first batch of fruits from the farm had been cultivated, but the quantity was small, so he could only supply them to himself first. He had no plan to sell them for the time being. At first, some people thought he was hypocritical, but after eating the fruits he sent, everyone threw this idea into the trash can. There was also the watermelon he sent. This thing is very popular in the upper class now. They can basically eat 2 every few days in their dormitory. As for who can get it, it depends on their ability. After Zhou Jixi paid the things, according to everyone's unanimous decision, he didn't need to do public health. As for others, the decision was made based on the contribution value. The fraternity belongs to everyone. Since it is a collective, the brothers have their own division of labor and contribution. Many brothers also saw him, and they didn't look very energetic. Some nodded to him. Zhou Jixi reached out and shook his fist with them, or patted their shoulders, etc., always showing that he is a very popular character in the fraternity. The two girls also looked at him in surprise. Remember that he seemed to be a brother who just joined the fraternity? I didn't expect that this place would be so welcoming, and it was still the upper level brothers. At this time, Zhou Jixi walked to the side of Wells, and there were still a few seats reserved there, which he reserved specifically for Zhou Jixi and his friends. The brother with the chef's hat saw Zhou Jixi at a glance. Hey, Jess, do you want some oatmeal porridge? Zhou Jixi shook his head. No, that thing is too bland. I exercised too much yesterday, so I still need to supplement some protein and calories. Bobby, give me a few steaks. Just medium rare. My god, I'm starving. The men and women on the table gave him a look that said we understand. Then he looked at the 2 women next to him and looked at Zhou Jixi with a look that said you are awesome. He raised his eyebrows at these people with a little smug look on his face. After being reborn for so long, he really hasn't harmed any girls who are close to him. Although he has slept with many girls, they are all just for fun, and he doesn't have any psychological burden. But in his heart, he has a special feeling for a woman, Sister Yu, which makes him not want to stay with her for too long. She is already this old. If he delays her any longer, Zhou Jixi will feel uncomfortable. A woman with good conditions will not worry about no one wanting her, but he can't make a promise to that woman. Thinking about this, Zhou has a headache. The woman told him that she didn't want to get married and would be single for the rest of her life, but just wanted a child to accompany her. If he really believed it, then things would be a bit serious. At the beginning, when the child was gone, he was actually relieved deep in his heart. But man proposes, God disposes, and God still gave him a daughter. I don't know if it's guilt or something. Zhou didn't want to pursue it anymore, thinking that this was a responsibility given to him by God, and it was the extension of the life of the unborn child. Things in the world are unpredictable. His heart naturally accepted the child, and human nature, rationality, and the darkness in his heart were all transformed into love and responsibility for the child. He was still young, but he became the role of a father that he dared not think about in his previous life. Youth is for some people to squander, and for others to spend. Whether it is brilliant or not, that depends on how he thinks. At least he wants to squander his hard-earned second spring. In the dormitory restaurant, Zhou turned to look at the two girls and asked, "Girls, if you want to eat something, just tell that handsome guy. He will help you get some delicious food." "Hey, Jess, I'm not a waiter." Bobby suddenly turned around and said. Zhou patted his head and looked at him with an expression that I knew it. "Okay, man, you win. I'll give you half of mine tonight." My god, you are such a vampire. After Zhou finished speaking, Wells spoke up. "Jess, I remember you said yesterday that you would give me half of the portion tonight. Did you forget?" Zhou was embarrassed in an instant. "Unlucky, I actually forgot this. I won't have nothing to eat today." After speaking, he looked at Wells. "Man, how about? Sorry, I promised my girlfriend that they would have something to entertain guests tonight," Wells said quickly. Hearing what he said, Zhou could only sigh speechlessly. "Hey, the owner of this watermelon, I can't eat my own watermelon one day. There are only 3 in the storage room now. You should get some more." Bobby picked up a big steak and put it on the porcelain plate in front of Zhou. "Pick, this is a fairy watermelon. You think it's a potato. How many you want?" He was speechless. But think about it, he still doesn't want to do public health together. That little watermelon is a piece of cake. At most, he can just use the space as collateral. It's a matter of minutes. "Next time I will bring more. If I save a little this semester, it will be enough for us to eat. In the future, when we use it to entertain people at the party, we will give priority to the fraternity members." All of a sudden, everyone on the table cheered. "Wow, Jess, you are awesome." Everyone clapped their hands on the table rhythmically, and it took a while before they stopped to eat breakfast. After breakfast, under the weird eyes of the two girls and the eyes of the brothers who were not surprised, Zhou undoubtedly ate a lot of food again, and at the end he praised Bobby's cooking skills. Zhou, Wells and several other brothers rode bicycles together, past the School of Computer Science, past the School of Biology and the School of Medicine, and came to the football field in the school's sports center, but it was an American football field. That is, rugby. "Wells, I joined a fraternity. Can I join other fraternities?" Zhou asked curiously when he heard that he wanted to introduce himself to another fraternity. "Of course you can. Fraternities are free, and we don't have any hard and fast rules in this regard," Wells said. Then he explained to Zhou, the new immigrant. It turned out that Wells was not only the president of the Shriners, but also a member of a sports fraternity in Stanford. There were also many members in the Shriners, all of whom were members of this fraternity. However, compared to fraternities with stricter audits and tests, this type of fraternity is easier to enter. Foreign students will also join them. Unlike fraternities, which are mostly joined by Native Americans, there are really few foreigners joining. Fraternities are much better, and the invisible requirements are not that high. Of course, after entering society, in terms of closeness, they are not as high as fraternity members. After joining the fraternity, as long as you are really capable, and meet a boss who is also a member of the same fraternity, you will definitely be one step ahead of others. Zhou is no exception. In the future, if he meets someone from the Holy Land during internal recruitment, he will take care of him a little. This is the fraternity culture in the United States. which almost affects you for the rest of your life in another aspect of society. Young people like to exercise to vent their excess energy. They are all fraternities organized by sports enthusiasts. Although their history is longer than that of the Holy Land, their cohesion is obvious. Of course, some people have made lifelong friends in it, so it cannot be generalized. At this point, Zhou couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Wells, do you really think I'm suitable for playing American football? Of course. Wells said affirmatively. Really, man, you have such a good body, strong impact force, and flexible skills. As long as you learn the skills and rules of rugby, I believe you will be able to become a good player. Zhou looked at Wells a little hesitantly, but I think basketball is also a good sport. Wells touched his forehead speechlessly and looked at him with a hopeless look. Come here, man. As he said, he poked Zhou's shoulder. Basketball? That's a game for the poor, and rugby is a gentleman's activity. At this time, the two pairs of people in the court were fighting on the attack and defense line. The red team's center touched the ball with one hand. As soon as the whistle sounded, he passed the ball to the passer behind him, and the two teams quickly collided with each other. This was exactly the gentleman's activity that Wells mentioned. He turned to Wells and said, "Brother, is this the gentleman's sport you mentioned? I remember it was fencing or rowing, wasn't it?" Wells didn't seem embarrassed at all, but looked at him excitedly. "Yes, this is what a man should do, savage, passionate, and sweaty, and those so-called gentleman's sports are no longer what we should play now." Okay. Zhou looked at this kid who wanted to brainwash him with a long speech, and quickly stopped him. If I want passion and savagery, I might as well participate in free fighting, which might feel good. Besides, how come basketball has become a game for poor people? I'm still considering whether to buy the Golden State Warriors, which I have shares in, or go to Los Angeles to buy the Clippers. Wells was stunned. He knew that Zhou was quite rich, but he didn't expect that he was so rich that he had already considered buying a team to play with. That's a deal worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He was really envious and jealous of Zhou now. "Brother, my admiration for you can really extend to the stars. Oh my god, buying a team, I didn't expect you to send such a rich man to me. Stop it, everyone is looking at me. I don't want people to think I'm gay with you." Zhou felt like prying open the boy's hand that was holding her. Wells didn't care at all, but analyzed it to him more enthusiastically. "However, you might as well buy an American football team instead of buying a team. This is what a man should have. Imagine that you own a team that can participate in the Super Bowl. After winning the Super Bowl, you stand on the podium to receive the trophy and accept the cheers of 100,000 people. Oh my god, this feeling is too intoxicating." Chapter 480 American football continued. After chatting with Wells for a few words, Zhou and the others walked over together. Wells ran quite fast. He went over and said something to the coach first. Then the coach looked at Zhou and nodded after sizing him up. Zhou felt that this guy looked at him and nodded after being satisfied with him. Jess. Wells shouted at him loudly, waving his hand and telling him to hurry over. Well, it's not that easy to owe a favor. Wells helped him get a lot of votes from old members when he joined the club, so that he didn't have to go through those unnecessary assessments. Zhou shook his head and ran over. "Jess, Coach Canberra has agreed to let you try. Brother, hurry up and learn some basic rules from me, then rush up and knock over a bunch of people," Wells said to Zhou with a happy face. "Damn, it's like I'm begging the coach. Brother, I need it. It's just a coach." Zhou complained in his heart, but he didn't want to offend Wells. They were friends and brothers, even though they were brothers in the fraternity. "Okay, I'll try. Jess, be happy. This is the most manly game. Once you try it, you will definitely love it." Wells saw that Zhou was a little uninterested, but he didn't care. He believed that Zhou would like this sport, especially for a man as strong as him, and he was also very flexible. It was a kind of enjoyment to knock down the enemy and get rid of them flexibly. Wells then pulled him to the side, and several people from the fraternity also came over, smiling and wanting to hug Zhou and say hello. Looking at these guys covered in sweat, one of them was still winking at them, and several people followed with a little weird smile, but pushed the man in the chain to the front first. Zhou Jixi already knew their plan, and he felt that he had to teach them a lesson. The young man who looked very strong came over. "Hey, Jess. Man, you really called Wells here. I think we will have a good show." Zhou Jixi pretended not to see the winks from the guys, but walked up to them more enthusiastically. "I want to try it too, but don't curse later." After saying that, the two of them hugged each other, but the boy didn't have the joy of passing the sweaty body to him. Instead, his face flushed. Jess, my god, I can't breathe. Man, enjoy the enthusiasm of your father, Jess. How dare you come to greet me with sweaty body? I'll show you my enthusiasm. Zhou Jixi said, exerting force with both hands, making his chest even more stuffy. The people behind almost laughed when they saw it, with a look of success on their faces. Haha. Kaylee, our poor boy, don't you know that Jess's bear hug is famous? Another person said in a funny way. Oh, I almost forgot. You seemed to be fooling around with women at the party that day, and you didn't even know about it. There was another little one who was the happiest. He was the linker of the group behind. He didn't expect that he could kill two birds with one stone. Although he didn't know how to eat it in China, there are similar slangs in the United States. Poor Kaylee, let us pray for him. He said and made a cross on his chest. I think you don't need it. You should pray for yourself. Zhou Jixi said, let go, ran up with a loud laugh, and hugged the two of them, and then said, Jess, we are not gay, let us go. Fuck, Perez, I said this is not a good idea, another person said loudly. After playing for a while, Zhou Jixi felt the atmosphere of American universities. Even in Stanford, which has a strong academic atmosphere, the passion brought by sports cannot be stopped. Jess, I think you can try the offensive tackle of the offensive team first. This position does not require touching the ball, and the most important point is that you need a strong body. Oh, that looks a lot simpler. Zhou Jixi looked at Wells with some interest, pointing at the tactical board and explaining to him the meaning of this position. No, he needs to protect the quarterback, and this position does not allow mistakes, so I don't think this is suitable for Jess. Perez shook his head and denied it. As he said that, he explained to Zhou Jixi, you need to push and block the opponent's impact like a sumo wrestler, and intercept them to make way for your teammates who are running. That is a physical job, and it also requires a certain degree of vision. Jess Zhou nodded. Several people looked at each other helplessly and nodded in agreement. Except for the center, other linemen usually don't touch the ball throughout the game, especially the guard, who is absolutely not allowed to directly touch the quarterback's pass. Every offense and defense contest is led by the center, who is responsible for the snap, and the cooperation between the center and the quarterback is the beginning of the offense. Actually, I think Jess can try running. He is strong and flexible. As long as he can catch the ball, he will definitely be the best player. Kaylee stood up and said. Several people talked for a long time, and Zhou Jixi seemed to be a little confused. They kept asking him if he understood. Zhou Jixi said directly, fuck you. Why does it sound so long and troublesome? If you put it simply, you will die. Isn't it just, you give me the ball, I run, shake off the people rushing over from the opposite side, send the ball to the designated position, and score. Then stop those who run with the ball, intercept their attacks, or when they make long passes, catch their balls, and then send it to the enemy's goal. Then you are basically an excellent player. Several people looked at each other helplessly and nodded reluctantly, indicating that what Zhou Jixi said made some sense. After all, they had never played before, and now they can only learn to this extent. Then, several people took Zhou Jixi to the stadium, but the coach, damn, just glanced at him. He actually ignored him and said to him very bluntly, I don't care if you are from that fraternity, I only look at whether you have the ability. If you act like an idiot, just get out of here. The angry Zhou Jixi stood on the court and almost said, do you know who I am? Damn, Li Gang is not as good as me. How dare you shout at me? Open your eyes. Your father is Zhou Jixi. Jess Zhou, have you never read a newspaper or magazine? Of course, these are just what he thinks in his mind. Since he is despised like this, Zhou Jixi feels that he has to perform well and blind his dog eyes. Damn, I told you not to despise me. Thinking of this, Zhou Jixi clenched his fists. Kaylee next to him whispered to him, Jess, don't take it too seriously. This old man wants to establish his authority in front of you. What? This old man actually treats me as a chicken? Zhou Jixi said. Fortunately, they had already entered the court at this time, and the old man's ears were a little bad, so he didn't hear Zhou Jixi's words. Kaylee looked at him with a questioning face. Be a chicken? How come? What does this have to do with chickens? This? Zhou Jixi was too lazy to explain to him, and just said perfunctorily, it's a metaphor on our side. Forget it, you don't need to care what it means. Tell me what this old man means? Carrie, who was asking him questions, didn't bother with the chicken question. Cambella knows your identity. The old man is probably afraid that you are a troublemaker, so at the beginning, he has to establish his authority in front of you. Fuck. Zhou Jixi spat and cursed. Then it was Zhou Jixi's turn to play. After a few people practiced for a while, and when Zhou Jixi felt he was ready, he started playing against another pair of people. The people over there didn't dare to underestimate Zhou Jixi. During the practice just now, they saw with their own eyes that several people were knocked away by Zhou Jixi. If they hadn't been wearing armor and a helmet, they would probably have broken two ribs and had a mild concussion or something. This would probably be a common occurrence in a game against Zhou Jixi. Then the center touched the ball, and quarterback Wells stood behind him giving orders. The other teammates also took their positions, and Zhou Jixi also greeted another running back. Carey, Perez, and Wells all winked at each other. Then the center passed the ball to the quarterback Wells, and then everyone started to rush forward. As the offensive team, they had to seize the advantageous position first. The quarterback adjusted his position, and the left and right guards around him helped him intercept the enemy team. He found that Carey had run into a good position, and immediately passed the ball. The people around Carey wanted to intercept him, but fortunately, this kid shook off the man in a thrilling way. After receiving the ball, he immediately passed it to Zhou Jixi as agreed. After Zhou Jixi received the ball, two strong men rushed over from the opposite side. He immediately put his left and right feet in a posture of wanting to break through to the right, but after running 2 steps, he stopped his steps flexibly, offsetting the pressure of rushing forward, and changed to a right assault, quickly shaking off the 2 people. But at this time, another person rushed up and wanted to intercept the ball and touch the ground. This caused the offense to end. Although this would allow them to attack for the second time and move forward 10 yards. However, it was still within the acceptable flying range. Although he had a good idea, he did not stop Zhou Jixi. When he thought he could hug Zhou Jixi right away, he was flexibly shaken off again. Then he could only look at Zhou Jixi's back and another teammate being shaken off. Then Zhou Jixi quickened his pace and shook off another person, and then scored a touchdown. The red team immediately cheered and clapped. Wow, Jess, you are awesome. My god, Jess, is this really your first time playing? The group of people was showing off nakedly. Zhou Jixi was a little dazed, looking at the cheering people. Just scored, so easy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.